Good evening, chat. I am getting ready for Vergessen. Apologize. I am waiting on Reese's signal. Reveal the screen. I will be slightly quiet because I do have.
it will be affected by the
Not that.
by
If they get
invisibility.
caught.
Oh, if they get caught, I'll be honest, brother. That is entirely up to you if you want to do that. No shame in it.
Oh, it's still muted. Okay.
So I think the way it'll be is that they'll be given a folded a letter, which on the front said uh to bring Cilia from small friend, and it's not only got a letter explaining stuff in it, but it also has the you know
Okay. Do you want to
wanted
write that down,
poster.
or do you?
It basically just be a summarization of what happened, or what we found out.
Okay. In which case, I'll ask you to remember that. That way, you can recount it, or if you want, I you can write it down somewhere, and I can recount it myself in regards to the contents of the letter. That sounds fair.
It would take me way too long to write it down, so
Okay.
because I just need to remember okay, stuff's going on in Lower City. There's stuff going on in the slums. Hey, here's a wanted post. Not wanted, but here's a poster of your death. Titans, fuck. That's basically the entire gist. I'll figure out a way to say it in here just to do a letter, but I feel like there's one thing I might be forgetting here. I don't think it's like anything major, because I already remember the major things to talk about.
What
Oh,
the
there's the
hell?
orphanage, but
Yeah.
by the way, that damn Chile knocked it over. Apparently, destroyed the slum orphanage. Pelric,
So
off
what
somewhere in
the
a
fuck?
random corner of the world, uh, getting shifty eyes, saying like, "Yeah, that Chile did it."
Well, you don't know, but they can hear
I
you.
know.
They can hear. By the way, chat, I am still munching, so I'll be a little bit quiet.
Should I crunch it?
Okay, okay.
Munch it, mash it if you have something that doesn't have a crunch to it.
I just realized I don't have a drink. This thing is empty. Yeet.
Yeet.
This bitch empty. Eat.
Well, I guess I won't be doing with a recap.
Tap that shit like a sleeping gym.
I never do recap because with how my brain is, I can't get the words I want to say out in the right way. So I'd be a very terrible summarization.
Full of the word, say it twice. Full of the word, say it twice.
Oh, who that?
I am here.
Ah, well,
Oh my-
well.
We should
Oh my
If
god!
it isn't the Crimson Fucker.
Uh-huh.
That's what they call him.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
I'll worry
Fuck
you
no.
on it.
Oh, fuck, now I'm tempted to.
Stop,
Take
bro.
a sip of water. Take deep breath.
We're streaming, by the way.
Yeah, I realized that's why I decided not to say what I wanted to say when I came here.
Good.
What are you gonna
Good,
say?
good.
I have this cool thing that I learned yesterday called self-control. It's pretty awesome.
You learned it yesterday?
Yeah. And always feel like we're missing people.
No,
Your
right?
mama.
We're
Stranger
still
Things.
It's
making it-
because we
making
typically have a
people
bigger
whole.
party. It's because we typically
Yeah.
have a much larger party.
That's the Snakewood effect, I would like to call it.
Every time we play Vergessen or we play G-Wen, I'm like, there should be more people in here.
This bitch empty.
6 people for this instead of the normal 9 to 11.
Right, let's see. I believe that is.
It is so warm in
Okay.
my room, and I don't know why.
Summer.
Schumer. It's Schumer time.
Summertime, buddy.
Are you
Summertime.
prepared for the
I love
Schumer?
it.
And
Loving the
there's a lot of
summertime.
fucking shit
Every
going
day here. What are you talking about?
It's summertime, but not of it.
It's
Loving the summertime.
summer.
It's weird,
Loving
there's
the
a lot of
summertime.
shit that just
Gonna go
seems
to
to
the
be out
beach,
of
gonna do some
nowhere
beachy
wanting
thing.
wanting to release in summer. Like, god damn.
It's summertime. I love it.
I
Summertime.
actually just learned that Lies of P is supposed to get its DLC this summer.
uh, I would mess with you, Reese, but I will state this. Reese, it was your birthday recently, correct?
Yes.
Congratulations. Take an inspiration.
Yes.
Because I would like to once again reiterate, I'm slowly just taking all of Half's things and just making it my own at this point. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll be doing the same thing. Go ahead, it's my turn.
It's called.
There's no such thing as an original idea.
It's called having a DM community. It's gonna happen.
Yep.
You mean our technique?
Okay.
Ari.
Our technique.
Here, hold this red flag. Don't ignore the hammer on it.
No. Anyway, that said, since everyone is here and everything seems to be going well, I would like to ask, how is everyone's day going?
I went to bed very late last night and yet still feel wide awake.
I'm
My
feeling
dinner
good,
was
bro.
my dinner was contaminated by dishwater soap because of
Perfect. Oh,
it not being cleaned properly after being put in the dishwasher.
You know what? Understandable. That is unfortunate.
My day's awesome, bro. Except for the
perfect.
traffic. I hate traffic.
Yep.
I just have
No
to
one
see
likes
it
traffic.
first.
No one likes traffic, my good friend. You're perfectly
Why
fine.
not?
Why adults talk about it so much?
The freaking
Adults, brother. We are
also
adults.
the reason why
No.
You are? No, couldn't tell.
Yeah. Such things aside, though, I would like to ask, who here wants to do recap?
I'm full. No thanks.
Okay. The Crimson Fucker has abbed it out. Anyone else like to do recap?
I've done my one recap for the week. I'm good, bro.
Okay.
Which recap did you do?
That's a good question. It was last Friday.
Oh god, that's it. That's it.
You helped
That's
me.
it, Crimson Fucker. And I'm sending you to the piss dimension. Anyway.
Again, fine.
Wait,
Well, no,
Jokes aside,
piss dimension again.
I take it no one wants to do recap? No one?
Matt is currently munching, so
Yeah, that too.
That is true. He is munching the munch today.
I did a recap too much, so I refuse.
Understood. Which case I will wait for Half to give a response on if he. Oh, wait, I should.
he is.
I see. Yeah.
You got me right when I was chewing. Sorry. Alright,
Half, would you care to do recap?
so it's probably going to be a little bit
What happened
scatterbrained.
was-
What had happened was,
Thank you.
Continuing the tradition.
Of course.
As we continue, I apologize. As we continued through the Dursk estate, meeting several of the head maids, having just talking with them, getting our room accommodations set up, meeting a dragon species, as I am trying to remember her name at current.
Dragon species, yes.
I cannot remember her name for the life of me for some reason, but it felt memorable.
Believe I wrote it down at one point. If not, then I apologize.
I hope you wrote it down as the TM. As Taurus was vibing the entire estate, feeling the imbalance everywhere, not feeling safe here. He's not going to tell anyone yet, though. Well, he did tell someone. He told Celia, but I'm getting ahead of myself. As he was talking with this girl, he felt the balance just heavily in towards her favor. Every negative thing was being held back by just this person holding it. So, Batoris did something foolish in the attempt to help an innocent. Batoris decided to take some of the burden to give harmony. Batoris succeeded, even though being the base level, suffering 3 levels of exhaustion.
Indeed.
But removing one of the consequences that is holding her down. The consequence of false bonds. She ran off after that. Batoris was left with Celia alone, and he explained through message. God, I love that spell, it's so handy. On what was truly going on. Which did not help Celia's mood at all currently. As this was happening, our lovely friend Kellerick pursued a murder.
Lovely.
I can't give you a compliment.
No.
Oh. Our dastardly friend Kellerick.
Better.
Better.
I think I broke him.
You did.
Fuck. Can't believe it. What have you done?
As he pursued, he did find the culprit, which was apparently a centipede species girl. After a confrontation, which, Cloak, you did kind of mess it up a little bit, but you made it work in the end.
To be fair, I wasn't gonna start out the way I did. I was gonna pretend to do like out of nowhere behind my companion thing, but Fenny moved really fucking fast.
As you did find out that the man that you were talking to was the man who hired the Sealay hunters. He also gave you information about the current situation. And one of the biggest notes being that Celia Dursk was reportedly killed and discovered. I forget what the guild's name, but they're basically they're a corpse guild.
It had something to name with like Craven in the name.
The civic branch of the was the Grateful Dead.
The Grateful
The
Dead.
main yeah. The main guild the main guild, as I'm trying to check through my notes while also trying to remember. Oh right, yeah. I think it was the Smiling Coffin. I think it was that. I think it was them.
Smiling Coffin. SAO
How dare you.
reference.
God damn it.
We always try.
Yes, they always. Ah. Anyway, continue. Apologies.
Revealing the new information and gaining a pseudo ally.
Well, I think he was gonna start out as a student ally, but I think we're closer to being like actual allies after the interaction.
And now, with new information, you two need to find a way to get the information to us.
All right, Thomas. All right, Thomas. I need you to do a thing.
And that's all that I can currently remember. That's a summary.
It's pretty much everything that could happen.
There's mushrooms all over the place.
Yes, there's
That's like the only other.
there's fungi everywhere.
What's his name?
Mushroom.
This is my broad summary.
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Your broads?
A broad summary. I will.
I this
You
one I
cut
need to
out.
fucking write down. I need to write down Celia's fucking name in my notes because they're the only one whose name I can't remember how to spell half the time.
Right.
Because I know 5 ways to spell to spell a name with the pronunciation Celia.
Right. I will ask. Is that it? Is that it? Is that the recap?
Thank you.
Yes, that is the recap that I can remember.
Right. In that case, that is a recap of a sort. So definitely gain inspiration. I do not know why I turned Russian, but it is what it is.
I hate it when
6
I
months.
accidentally become Russian.
Obviously, they're gonna be having the quote unquote bounty paper sent to them with promise, but it was 6 months ago, right? That they found Celia's corpse.
Yes. So why you gotta say it like that, man?
Because Celia because of we don't. I just assume it was a random person that died, so Celia in quotes. Me saying it that way is like like the vocal way of saying quotes without saying quotes.
That's not any vocal way I've heard quotes being said. That, huh?
It's just like a sarcastic way of saying it.
Okay, I believe you.
It's a lot more exaggerated because normally it's just like how italics.
But yes, that said, do make sure you have inspiration. And that said, is everyone ready for session tonight?
I think so. I am.
All right. In which case, we will return to a scene that we had left off on. As while the confrontation in the slums had taken place, at the same time, Batoris,
Yes.
You had just achieved something.
Did.
And are now feeling the ramifications of it.
You don't
As we
say.
now return, here, back to the dancing hall. Look at these so close to the wall. Damn, not everyone speak up all at once.
Sorry, I just finished eating. I'm so sorry.
And I'm trying to finish mine.
Eating right now.
Good
My
God
I
food,
just got home, bro.
my food got here late.
Damn it!
I
Is
got home, I
everyone
was gonna eat
eating?
before stream started, but then I got called
yet.
and they're like, "Hey, I got stuff for you." I was like, "Fine."
You're eating.
Did you get your
He's
farm
eating.
level?
They're eating.
Huh?
Is anyone else eating that I'm not aware of?
What you say, dog?
Did you get your
Yeah.
phone?
My what?
Your phone. Did you get your phone?
Bro, I got that shit 2 days ago. I said it.
You said it
Where were
came.
you? Yeah. I said I got it, and everybody said cool, and even you.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Forgetful ass.
Oh no, you're rubbing off on me.
Nah, I'm gaining your power now.
No! You're sopping away at me,
Anyways,
you parasite.
back to the actual fucking game.
Oh
What
yeah.
am I supposed to do? Look at this big old lady in front of me. I feel like you have her staring at me, bro.
Oh, she is.
What did I do?
Looks at your apparel. I wonder what. I wonder.
Don't say fuck me for, bro. Wonder what? Ever so
You
often
what?
she will like glance over and just be like, okay, she's still staring. Awesome. Where's the rest of my party? The rest of my
Hey,
party's over there. Fuck, it's just Kuyo. I don't know if I want to take that chance.
As far as you can see, in regards to who is currently inside with you, there is far away Kuyo, who is
Sir,
chatting.
Please come back, bro.
And in regards to who you are at least somewhat acquainted with, you have you have you have this man and this man who you know this one is related to one of your newfound party members.
One of them is antisocial, so fucking.
And then there's Dead.
Hi, Dad.
Technically, I don't respect that we kept Dead alive as a cleric. I think I should have fucking obliterated him, but we have him.
He's still
Leave the guy alone.
I grabbed him. I used turn on Dead. He vaporizes.
you killed Dead. Congratulations.
No,
Everyone
I don't.
assumes you just vaporized the man. Roll initiative.
As Kuyo comes towards you, what did you do? Did you put your name in the cup of the fire? Kuyo said, copy.
That is when I will cast Run, and then I will just be gone. A new character. I will lean over to this man whose name I don't remember.
I believe his name is yes, thank you.
Huh? I didn't hear that.
His name is Leonard. He is Leonard.
Oh, Leonard. Oh, okay.
Weirdly, what was it? Archmage? No, what was it?
Yeah, as an archmage.
He is
He's very
court
important in
magistrate
magic, right?
and court mage of King Leonidas.
Court
I'm just gonna lean over and kind of whisper. Does she tend to stare a lot?
Do you want the honest answer or the most likely answer in this instance? He says, just trying to make it trying to just be as discreet as possible.
Be most honest if you could.
It's possible she's taken note of your garbs, Lady Priestess. If I were to hazard a guess, it is possible she is too nervous to speak, or possibly she is trying to get a judge of your character.
Man, out of character, I hate this fucking house. You motherfuckers. Is this? I have a question. Is this door?
Yeah.
It's not like it's like a big stuff. One of those doors that like you can't see through the other side, right?
It's a really big door. Yeah, there's no windows or nothing. It is basically a small gate.
God, I'm just praying. Celia needs to get her ass back in here, bro. I am not walking up to Kuyo and that fucking child.
What's wrong with Kuya, bro?
So, like,
You can do
what's
nothing.
wrong with Kuyo? It's the fucking goth Lolita that's standing next to you.
Well, they're just talking about bones and shit, bro. Don't worry about
Yeah, I don't need her to profile me again, bro. I'm not about that life.
it. Kuya likes this one. This one's entertaining.
She likes bones, and she has found someone else who enjoys bones. They are friends now.
I do enjoy myself a femur once in a while, yes.
How
Femurs
autism
are
really
nice.
do be working, bro. You like my
Hyperfixation on
niche? I like
bones.
my niche too. We're friends now.
We're friends now.
Should've
Let's have
never
stop.
asked.
I was gonna fuck Sam's mom, but like, maybe I found something else. Perhaps there's another one here.
If I had a nickel for every time Drago's playing a bluish character who was talking to a goth girl, I'd have 2 nickels.
Hey, it's alright. I wonder if you know.
Man,
What can I say? I have.
Syra.
Mm-hmm.
This woman is currently leaning over you now.
Mm.
Oh, in the Ymir face. Look at that.
And she is very large, yes.
Short. I'm like
Actually, how-
5'8", I think.
Damn, you called it.
He's as tall as Kuyo from Architect, right?
Yeah, she's tall.
No.
She's an elf.
She's not as tall as Kuya.
She's very
I think
close,
she's like
though.
almost tall. She's very close.
Yeah. But yeah, no, she's just leaning down to you and just goes, "Is there something you need, miss?"
No, I quite all right.
Hmm.
Am I supposed to need something?
By giving you a canny guess of this estate, I would imagine that there's something you might need. Or are you simply waiting for your companion over there?
Who is she? Which one is she referring to?
She's not
Kuya?
motioning. She's not motioning, but you could probably hazard by over there she might be meaning Kuyo.
I'm gonna lean over. I want to see what's going on over there. What the fuck? What the fuck are these?
You'll probably
Personally,
hear.
I find equine skulls a bit more like good as a centerpiece. Human skulls are like cool and all, but like they're a bit too round, not too much detail in them.
No, at that point you take a more rounded skull. Maybe a human skull, for example, and surround it with different horns, preferably bulls. Bull horns are usually where I go for most times. Put in a pattern, surround it, get something interesting out of it.
Bull horns do look pretty cool.
Mhm.
Bull skulls also look pretty cool. I've ever seen a
Very
Wendigo before.
nice.
Something like that.
I've heard of them.
I think deer
though
skulls are pretty cool.
Though I've also heard some people, yeah, their skulls I hear are usually good for like shoulder plating. It's not anything like, well, protective, but it does add like that extra intimidation factor.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of getting like a bull skull with the horns attached still. Put it like use that as a pauldron or something on my shoulder. I think it'll look pretty good.
Oh, are we talking short horns, medium, like mid horns, or large horns?
I think for like this arm, I want the like big one, like with the big horns, and then for like my lower arms here, probably like a smaller curved horns. Actually, I probably used a ram skull for these down here. I like the curved horns that they have.
You know, if you shave down some, like the antlers of like a large elk, you could maybe get some sort of like hip plating.
Damn, they're bouncing off of each other, bro. The fuck is this?
Yeah, no, Sarah, you're. It's a bit fur, but because of how big and slightly echoey the hall is, you're hearing bits and pieces of that conversation over there.
I think I'm just gonna wait here. I think I'm fine.
If you're certain. As for you, Master Leonard, I was and my companion here were actually planning on taking a step outside.
I heard that fucking slip.
Pardon? I'm kidding. No.
Tallulah, I think it's best we wait outside. I just not even waiting. Tallulah, don't leave me. As they would have moved out inside. Don't worry, Syra. Dad's here for you.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right.
If you'll come, by the by, if I remember correctly, that one is also one of your companions, correct?
Yes.
Why does he look like he's about to rot?
He's a special case.
I'm thinking of wearing like a spine, like a spinal cord as a belt.
Actually,
What do
I'd be
you-
careful
oh.
because some of
I'll
them
be
are
back. I'm being
disliked.
called.
Oh god. I guess.
What do you
Well, that's
what do you
all
think would be what do you think would look good as a belt buckle?
Oh,
Human skull or maybe like an animal skull?
God.
That's the conversation that's going on.
As all of that is happening, let us go to. God damn it! I'm being called. Fuck.
Oh man, imagine getting called.
I was really hoping that you'd have to be you got cold right now to get the get this. It'd be so fucking funny.
I'm glad we didn't walk in so that could happen. That was funny.
So now we have to stall.
You think I'm stall? Stalling? Stall.
That actually reminds me of a very stupid fact.
Huh?
So, in Russia, outside the building of agriculture for the country, there's a big fuck off iron tree that was made during the USSR. I don't know how much it costs in like US, but it is expensive. And it's just a giant hunk of steel that you can see. You can Google pictures of it. It's ridiculously big.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And the DM's gone.
Yep.
Yeah, she was also pulled over.
What the fuck happened?
She was called where?
Called away by the call aware guy. Shame.
Called away by the called away guy, yeah.
Penile snipper guy.
By the
Shame.
peanut sniffer guy.
I didn't even get to tell her I loved her 5 ever.
I'm back. Apologies for that.
Welcome back.
I had to quickly settle something, it seems, but I know so there's a thing I need to pick up later, but that is something that can wait. For now, apologies for that.
Future Issa's problem.
It is future me's problems. What is not future me's problem is, in fact, actually present Batoris' problem. Batoris, you feel like you're about to fall over.
Oh fuck.
Well, that sucks for you, motherfucker.
Can I roll deception?
You can attempt to make a dexterity check or a deception check.
Hmm. Both are the same.
Should I try and hold him up?
Then I will request a dexterity. So is that my door now? What the?
Womp womp.
Hold a lot of words, say it twice.
I'm trying not to laugh, bro. I should.
Release the Groose.
Don't worry. I'm gonna put
Uh,
a
thank-
warden on my
Bruce is
door
just-
that's gonna
uh,
shoot off
thank-
a fireball if somebody fucking opens it.
My bear was just telling me there's food
I don't like
downstairs.
this house, bro.
That's it. Thank God. Anyway, where is I? Oh yeah.
Weird.
If you are going to attempt to assist Batoris, I will ask for a dex check from you, Mr. Samuel Cilia.
Oh, cool.
You're gonna have to lean over. Oh.
Shit.
Okay.
Batoris.
I am 300 pounds.
Roll me at normal. Either
Those are
deception
extra
or
ones
dex.
Actually, hold on. It's not skill checks yet, so that's good. So I don't have disadvantage. Oh wait, no, I do. I do have disadvantage.
Yes, you do. You have 3
You have,
exhaustion.
Yes.
Roll again. Oh, it's even worse. Oh, God.
You know, I would have asked you to just roll again, but shit, alright. Fucking, that counts.
He pushes Silly away as he goes down.
So you attempt to try and reach for him, but Taurus, in either attempt to grab onto you or try to gently push you away, has proceeded to now kind of just onto the ground on his back. As looking over my notes, Anna would once again go, is he dead? Is he dead? Wait, no, I think he's breathing. Wait, what if he's gonna call my...
Dead. Not dead.
Is going to kind of rush over to Batoris, kind of meet him on the ground and start fucking doing medical checks on him
Alright.
to determine why this motherfucker just decided it's time to fall.
Roll me medicine.
Tax time. How much?
Secret.
Secret. Discuss.
Luge HP, 3 exhaustion.
The exhaustion. Jail.
God damn it, you two.
I'm sorry.
With
I'm old
a
guy.
14, Celia, do you remember that earlier today as well, in regards to, and some of your previous checkups in regards to Batoris's condition, he seemed like he was perfectly fine. Sure, there were some levels of strain, some signs of excess, but that was likely due to the fact that of his choice of weapons and the fact that you all have been fighting every so often. But overall, he seemed in a perfectly fine enough condition for a soldier. This time, however, those levels of strain on his body seem drastically more severe compared to not even a few hours ago. They're recoverable, if anything. They definitely just need rest, a lot of rest, if anything, and very little strain. But beyond that, how did he suddenly go from being average health of a soldier to the strained, wounded form of a long-standing veteran in his probably elder years?
Celia is just going to kind of get up from her crouched position and just look over to Anna and say, "Would you please help me lift him up?"
Okay. He's not in like a coma or anything. Or
No,
it is.
he's very much so awake.
Is his brain? Is he? Let's see. Is his mind okay? Is his heart working?
He's just very tired. At least that's what it looks like.
I'm tired, boss.
Just tired?
Just tired. We've had a very long day, to be fair, so I can understand it. He just needs bed rest.
Okay. Wait, I'm not secretly toxic, am I? I didn't poison you with
No.
some kind of paralysis, did I?
You're not. He can move, just very slowly.
I would like to make note as well, Batoris, you are still able to speak, but fuck, does it hurt? Fuck, does it fucking suck right now? As Anna will attempt to just try to lift you, I need to roll for her. She is a dragon species, so she does have that. Actually, wait, no, that she has to take a penalty for that. My bad.
She has 7. She had
Listen, if you need help lifting the boy, just
I have a plan, Arthur.
All right.
Calm down.
Okay, so
As
I'll follow G.
is with that roll, Anna will carefully just try to lift up Batoris. You're noticing a somewhat of a struggle, but she is managing to help lift him on his side a bit, Celia. As I will ask a athletics check from you if you are also planning to lift Batoris.
Oh, why athletics?
For what
because it's
worth,
strength.
for what it's worth, she did roll high enough, so you technically get advantage because she's helping out.
Oh boy.
Is the plan still in effect, Arthur?
Yes, if this succeeds.
With a 15, Celia, you're seeing Anna having a bit of struggle and just like, oh, no, this is probably not going to be any. Oh, this probably is going to suck. And to your credit, you are correct. Matoris is fairly heavy. Most of the weight that you would sometimes feel in regards to his form that is typically being handled by himself is not present. So you're feeling it. So you're actually feeling a decent portion of his weight trying to lift him up. But thankfully, you are proving to hold out enough to where you are actually able to lift him, at least somewhat. As the both of your, as from Anna's side, she's just going like,
Where do we? Where do we take him?
We're gonna go back to the main room and get Kuyo to help carry him.
Okay.
and now someone else is getting their door knocked.
One by
Alright,
one.
yeah,
Cycle continues.
Again.
Okay. Well, at the very least, they made their goal here. So yeah, no.
I am back.
bro. I need
But yeah.
something, please. She's
Alright,
just
but yeah.
What is
staring at
this?
me, dog. I can't
But
move.
yeah. It will take a bit. It will be very slow process a bit.
Do we run
Taurus.
into Leonard? Because we were outside.
They're on the other side of the door, but the moment you all start rounding the corner, Leonard's like, that doesn't sound right. And would start coming through with Talal, as I will now allow you all to move over here. As Syra, you thankfully hear the doors open, and why is Batoris being carried?
Why is Bathoris being carried? Can I tell why he's being carried?
No.
What are you looking?
Celia, at this point, you and Anna would still be struggling a bit. Thankfully, it's not for too long, but still, this boy heavy.
Yeah, Celia is. I can't shout right now, but Celia will shout over to Kuyo and just say,
Huh?
Kuyo, can you come help carry him, please?
Nope. Kuyo will look over to the maid, and he'll go, well, sorry to cut this short. Looks like my assistance is needed elsewhere.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll make sure.
Room.
How did
she
you do that?
Kuyo just looks over Kuyo just looks over, rubbing his chin like,
Coming from a mile out and he's gone. I was
and
looking
she's
right
gone.
at her.
Where did she go? Stop. Must have been the wind. He'll walk over. What do I have to roll to pick my boy up?
I will
What strength you
request.
got, bro?
I will request either a pure strength or an athletics check.
He has plus. There's a plus 4. Plus. Plus 7 athletics. Let me see.
Do you
here.
have
Do I have any
do you have
Yeah,
bigger
you have
build?
more- it's plus that too.
powerful build?
Powerful build, yeah.
How powerful build?
Unfortunately, Dying Gladians do not have powerful build.
Gotcha.
Womp. I mean, if
Well,
you get max strength,
this is Issa's Google race, so you know.
yeah.
I will roll.
Before he lifts that up, I'm gonna go buy the maid and go
I know. Like that, I use inspiration.
Wood sputters.
Alright.
That
Making
is
use of-
worse.
Making use of your daily inspiration, son of a bitch. Syra, I take it you're assisting, so I will ask you to.
Fuck no, I'm gonna go check on the boy. I'm not lifting this bitch. You crazy?
Okay. Roll me
Listen, I got
medicine.
4 arms. I should be able to lift him. I got 4 arms and I'm
You
large.
should be able to. Medicine.
Yeah.
Come here.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's a low roll, brother. What the fuck is this?
A 12 with a low.
I just realized you have an 8 in medicine compared to the
I'm
the
a
actual.
cleric.
Damn.
What
Damn.
you fucking talking about?
All right, shit.
Although,
With a
although isn't there
20, Syra,
Mm-hmm.
similar to Celia's findings, you would note that his body seems to have suddenly become extremely strained, as if it was suddenly, despite his youth, strained to the point of that of a scarred elderly veteran. It's recoverable, but it is shocking, almost damningly so, how his muscles in particular suddenly went from being perfectly fine to immediately strained out of their system. Though with a 20, you would note that to some degree there actually seems to be some level of actual effect on his mind. It's a bit hard with the chitin in place, but if you feel roughly around the back of his neck, you would note that his nervous system feels extremely hot for what it normally is. It's like feeling a heated stone where bone should be, or rather, in his case, where flesh should be. This isn't normal. If anything, it suggests that something mentally just took a toll on him, but also physically.
Okay, cool. Celia, if you do know, or what was he doing before he fell over, if I may ask?
Samuel, does not remember the exact.
Fucking Christ. Okay.
Because it was like a whole conversation that was going on. I don't remember at what point he did what he did.
Does he remember at what point?
Well, Half, do you want to explain it?
It would literally be at the end of the conversation he had with literally blanking her name.
Anna.
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 I was gonna say Ambrosia. I don't know why.
And he finished his conversation with Anna, and then Celia was talking, and then as she was talking, I collapsed. Because that's how I remember these string of events.
Okay, so there was no, she didn't see anything, basically.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Is Bator's awake?
Probably fucking barely.
He's awake.
Oh,
He is feeling the effects of life, though.
So,
my God.
I would like to know, 3 levels of exhaustion does not like make you unable to walk or anything. You can still move.
Yes.
Just at half speed.
Yes. But you just decided to pick me up, and I was like, okay, I'll roll with it for now.
Well, I was helping you up. I didn't expect to lift you. I was going to provide support.
That's what I thought too, and then apparently you lift me. So let's
I thought
say
you guys were lifting him, but yeah, no.
I will say they're just holding my arms up. He is not talking currently. He is just, his chitin looks paler. It's no longer that vibrant blue.
They took his blue.
Not the blue.
Also, I'll be like this because they did set me up. I think it's time. I think this would be
It's
a good
time
time to
roll
go.
out.
It'd be a good time to go see your mother.
You need rest more than anything. I can have my mother come to your room.
Fine. See, apologies for my sir.
You are fine. We'll talk about exactly what happened when we get to your room.
What did she do when she walked by?
She was giving you a brief examination before walking out.
I'm back again.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I didn't realize you left. Back.
Sorry, I got called in, like, immediately.
How?
We're making a scene. He's gonna try to walk on his own.
I think you need to rest.
Let's get out of here. And I'll rest.
All right.
That'll lead us to our rooms.
All right.
In the way, yeah.
In which case, give me a moment. Give me a minute.
DM, my movement speed is 10.
Yeah.
You are an old man.
Congratulations,
Let's
motherfucker.
just his bigger friend walk.
Back in my day.
Alright, let me make sure everyone's copied over. Oh shit, I forgot. Dead's also here.
Dead.
Dead.
How could you forget that? He's an integral part of our community.
I'm really sorry, man. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to offend.
The new dead T-shirt. I would totally make a dead
Our
T-shirt.
first piece of official merchandise, and it's fucking dead.
It would be
God.
dead on a hoodie.
And it goes back.
Bleh.
He goes dead man walking. I'm fucking hilarious.
Alright.
Ya mama.
That said, it would be roughly a bit. It would take some level of time, given the fact, that most of y'all are trying to be careful and mindful that, hey, one of our friends just suddenly got really fucking tired.
I know it's exhaustion. I ain't gonna tell nobody.
Yeah. But as you all make it to actually around here,
Damn, this bitch is nice.
Oh, she snitched on me. I'm fucked.
yeah, she
Looked
definitely.
at me and said, "I swear to God, if you snitch on me, I'll fucking put your head on the pike."
Oh, great. There she is.
Oh my God, she's here again. Who the fuck is that?
Thomas.
Thomas currently invisible.
Oh.
Oh wow, they
Would-
I thought I was going to do rolls for that. Goddamn.
Would begin to
I mean,
approach.
we can differ.
But Taurus, memory serves, you do have blind sight, so you will actually feel a small presence start to come towards you all.
Stop.
And Thomas would appear, and they seem to be holding a letter for all of you. He's like,
Celio will quickly
Take
take
it.
it.
take it.
Good job, little one.
Please read it.
I will in a moment. We need to finish what we were doing
If-
first.
So
You need to read it, though.
it might be
I
important.
will.
Is it urgent?
What is the situation, folks?
Can't say. Read a note. Well, can say technically, but may potentially be
Do we need to read
compromising.
Do we need to read this right now?
Preferably? At least that's what Thomas thinks.
Celia, I can.
As seeing that, because fucking hell, Leonard. He would go, what the? What in the hells is that creature?
You know how I mentioned my other companions.
Is that one of them?
It's one of their summons.
You have understood. Summoners. And here I thought those oddballs of, what can they call themselves, echoins? In any case, go deal with this how you please. I can move forward if Father is at the very least present. I can try to solve him. As upon saying that, you all see the door. You will all see the big door begin to move open. Just which Thomas immediately takes the opportunity to go invisible again.
Wait, how the fuck? Where did she? Okay. As the fuck, goddamn. That maid was in the other room with us 2 seconds ago.
She walked ahead of us. She knows how to get away. Oh, around this place.
I walked, bro. I think she fucking sprinted.
He knows how to run heels. Don't worry about it.
Fair enough.
She knows how to kill them too.
He's like, oh, it would appear as though they're here. Yes, it would. Good girl. Oh dear. Where is he? Where's the patient?
He's right here, but we need to get him to a bed so he can rest first.
Oh dear.
He really does need to rest.
I'm not saying that he doesn't need a rest. What I'm saying is that from the way it sounded, his condition did not look favorable. Though,
He will be fine with time. He needs rest.
Grab that man by the fucking throat. Get this man into a bed. Now.
Oh damn, that's actually a fairly roll.
Rolls on that 20. You're dying.
Your assessment's correct. I will say it. He's most definitely strained. Though from exhaustion. Interesting. Regardless. You heard his doctor? Get him a chance to rest. The guest rooms are still needing to be cleaned, madam. And I meant to inform you earlier, but we are needing to move around your daughter's room a bit. You what? Someone was in there, from the looks of it. And you didn't think to tell me? Right now. Happened moments ago, from what some of them are saying. How much is moments ago, my dear? And mind you, she's trying to be some level of intimidating to someone that is far larger than her.
I think it's working.
That's just short people in general.
From the way it sounds, it's apparently had likely taken place after I'd been sent to the hall. So roughly 2 hours ago. So within 2 hours, someone had moved around in her room. Yes. you informed of this? She's a caster, isn't she? I had hoped to bring this up to you in private discussions.
Damn, Patorus, I can't believe you.
I can keep the secret, and I can make a way and potentially talk over with my son in getting her a license. Or at the very least paperwork to at least have her be monitored. But I would recommend not keeping such secrets when we are already needing to keep secrets from my husband, no less. Understood, ma'am. Thank you. And let's move out of the way. They need to at least let him rest. Of course. Now, come along inside. You can make use of one of the sofas, it seems.
You can just use my room. A proper bed.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Fine.
Isa, do you want to group move us?
Alright. As the group will move ahead and such. I will state that it's very clear someone is watching you all. Hang on, let me focus ping her.
That one.
Yep.
Get her ass.
Vaporizer.
Kellerick, magic missile.
Oh, it's not here.
Missile.
No.
Jarvis, clip that.
All right, sending out magic missile.
Jarvis, put her down.
Jarvis, send roses to her family.
It's Thomas, like, Thomas would have. Actually, wait, hang on.
Cannonball, 3rd level.
You're lucky. You're lucky little creature. Anyway. As you all would have made your way inside, you would have seen the mother just motioning over, just like, come hum, over here. As much as I hate that this is going to be the case, I would prefer a patient's bed.
Group move time.
I will group move you all again.
Yes.
My organ.
Your organs.
But yes.
I assume I'm put here.
Yep.
Lie down.
She would have directed you a bit. She would have moved some of the cushions around, and surprisingly, Batoris, the couch actually fits fairly well for you. Even if some of its curvature does make it a bit interesting to lay down, but thankfully you are able to at least get some level of, like, rest on your back. It's like, okay. If you're just saying the rest for now, assuming the guest rooms can be organized in a moment. Can I at least ask what had happened to him?
I think he's the only one that knows.
Are you capable of speaking then, young man? Does it hurt to speak?
Yes.
And then we can ask you later. You there? You there? As she will clap her hands, Anna will immediately respond. Ah, not you, dear girl, her. As this maid would simply turn around, would simply turn to look and go, yes. Fetch this man some tea, for instance, and get him some proper cushions. Is that resistance I hear? No, ma'am. Right away. Not even 5 days of hiring them, and I already have to deal with some level of bigotry. Noble girls, I tell you that much. Ungrateful lot. Leonard, darling, can you make a smaller version of that funny little thing you did? I can't, Mother. And then at the very least, ensure that no one else is around. This is your home, Mother. That's what I thought. Sorry? You learn to grow eyes in the back of your head. As Leonard would proceed to do a gesture that you had already seen him do earlier today, and everything outside seems a bit more quieter. But in turn, Leonard would say, with a more loose tongue, and by design of this spell, no one can hear what we are saying inside.
They could still read lips, so just be careful.
Fortunately, I haven't perfected the spell enough to where it can deceive lips yet, but it does allow us some space, a chance to speak. Would you like to care to explain, Mother? Well, unless you're not sharp of ears, like some of you tend to be. Hurtful. Hurtful, Mother, but understood. You know what I'm at. Apparently at some point, and I'd just been told this, someone had attempted, or at the very least moved around a few things in your room, dear. My room. Your sister, Leonard. Celia.
Hold on. I gotta do something. Give me a second. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. We're good for now. Celia is containing herself barely. Her eye is starting to twitch a little.
Your mother doesn't need to roll insight to know you. He's like, and this is why I am particularly peeved at that. From the way it sounds, it seems that one of her, well, it seems her little assistant up there, the one currently still looking at us as if she's a crow, is a caster of sorts. And she failed to inform me of that. But I'm at least appreciative that she had taken it upon herself to check over the rooms and had found that within the 2 hours that no one was observing your room, someone had moved around a few things. And as far as I'm aware, I made specific orders of the staff here, those of a more noble background, no less even, to not enter or interfere with the room without mine or the headmaid's permission. Yet it seems someone might have disrespected that, or someone might have gone through your window. And I'd prefer it if this was not an intruder, but someone I can punish.
Celia,
Yes,
the letter.
I would rather not read it in the open. If what Cloak has to say is important enough for him to send a letter, then it is probably not for eyes around to see.
And we are secure to read it. If Almas believes it's urgent.
How do we even begin to figure out who went in my room? That's my question.
Well, Leonard would speak up. Talel is of the inquisitive sort here. Part of the reason I had requested him to become my guard, especially, was due in part of his investigative nature. He's not one to let details slip most times. If you wish, sister, dearest mother, I can offer Talel services, if he wouldn't mind. I don't, but I definitely don't like this. Besides, I typically have more than just myself most times for these sorts of things. You, Dead they call you. You good at investigating?
He's as good as a corpse. He's not.
He is a good warrior, but that is as far as his talents go.
I mean,
Suppose.
if you, never mind.
I was about to suggest you, priestess.
Maybe I don't do a lot of investigation work, but I may be able to help.
Yeah, but you watch his back.
That well.
Can I
And
insight her?
go ahead.
Anna. She's fidgeting too much for my taste.
She tweaking? Well, oh damn.
With a 12, you can definitely tell that she's nervous, and some of her previous motions earlier would suggest that this is normal for her, though more damningly, you're noticing that her eyes are shifting around a bit. And it does appear as though that her nerves are more sundered than normal. Why did I say sundered? But more flared than normal. You know what I mean.
She seems to be on alert.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no.
That easy. Thank you.
I got you.
Why are
I
you
think
on alert?
No reason.
I would like to do another insight check. If I'm allowed to.
I will allow it, as this is inciting something else.
I would also love to hit this inside bow.
If you would like to, then go ahead.
Please do.
I would like to as well.
Damn.
Alright.
Fucking hell, Jesus Christ! I have not rolled above like a 9.
No, you sound like the XDX emote.
Stop it.
Ira with a 20 in insight because Jesus Christ, that +8.
Fucking clerics, right?
Clerics,
Yeah.
am I right?
Yep.
Cleric, am I right?
I only have 2 8s,
Sorry.
everything else is dog shit, it's fine.
Syra, you can definitely tell that her attempting to feign that she is in fact fine and everything is fine is in fact a lie. You haven't seen much of this girl, though you can definitely tell she's alert for a reason. Though, compared to a Taurus, you note that her shifting eyes aren't sporadically moving. She is looking towards she's looking towards the different maids currently in her view.
Is there someone watching you at the current moment?
What makes you think that?
You keep staring at the other maids. Is there something that you're not supposed to tell us?
Keep your head. They can't hear you. So if there's something to say, bow your head like you're talking to the living and tell us what's going on.
She will carefully and slowly start to bow, though would say, I'm uncertain of what the situation is, but while that does sound concerning, I wouldn't put it past some of the staff here to do something against Lady Dursk's wishes. And why is that? Because your husband likes spreading rumors. What sort of rumors? What sort of rumors, girl? I had heard this from one of the maids, but one of the ones that talked to me at least. They said that your husband, Lord Dursk, Lord of this house, Dursk, not. He had apparently heard from someone close to his brother that a family member was dead. How is this relevant? He said it was his own flesh and blood. Well, unless I secretly had a third child, I do not see how any of them would be dead currently. And I doubt any of his siblings as much as I hate to say it, are as dead, or possibly in the grave. And even then, why would he not inform me of this? That is something even he does. I'm uncertain. It's just something I heard. I don't. I don't really know anything. It's just baseless rumors. I think because if it is, then because both of your kids are here. Sorry. Uh, Deepest apologies.
Thank you for speaking.
Did they say who? Did they say who died or what?
They didn't tell me much else, but apparently he had entertained the notion that one of his flesh and blood was dead.
I'm just gonna
Couple
glance
of
over at
dots.
Celia.
A couple of dots are gonna connect.
Chloe's just looking over to Celia like,
And
I mean,
I'm gonna do something now.
Mm-hmm. I wish I could assist you.
Yeah, but no, this is a forced disadvantage. You cannot help this.
Okay, okay.
Boy.
Celia is going to just like kind of on reflex at this point gonna start like gripping her hand in the motion she normally does when she summons Syl, and she's just gonna be doing that just on repeat as she just looks at her mother with eyes that could kill.
Celia, my girl, I do not mean to be daft when I say this, but might I ask, why are you looking at me with eyes that only one other person has earned the right to see?
Because if I don't stop looking at you, I might do something very, very foolish.
I will confront your father about this, as bastard of a man he is, and I will get to the bottom of this. Hillel was his name, correct? And mind you, she's not looking away. She's keeping direct eye contact on you. Eyes full of stress and concern, but also just a solemn, just some level of focus. Yes, Hillel. That is what they call me. You are foreign. I am. So am I. If you would be a dear, I would like you to help in regards to finding what might be the problem here and potentially find a culprit. And this culprit is your husband. As Celia, you will be the one who given you are keeping a direct gaze at her, would note that her chest and her shoulders are shifting a bit, which you would recognize as her thinking something extremely stressful. And then, as the lady of this house, I would simply do what I would find most appropriate. Especially given the fact that two, my only two children, his only two children as far as I'm aware,
I was about to say, as far as she knows.
I don't think
Are
Cleo wants to be
present.
punched today.
are present. And moreover, the only ones who can claim inheritance of his house, of our family's house. It is duly noted. Duly noted, indeed. No.
How long does this spell last?
It's concentration. Though it does typically last for an hour. I have been meaning to extend the duration, but I think an hour will suffice for now.
I believe so as well. Alright. Let's try to be level-headed.
Agreed.
I look at Celia.
And
Angry as fuck.
Angry is not the correct word. There's hearing.
I can't wait for you to read that letter.
Chill out,
Celia?
Chill out, bro. Chill out, bro.
Celia?
Listen, YN. Calm down, YN.
Bro, I got calm emotions on already. I'm just saying.
The rest of you would see this. Philia, I take it
Easy,
you're still keeping your gaze on your mother.
Yeah, she needs like another minute or two.
Leonard. And then you won't see this as Leonard, to the rest of you, would begin to remove his coat, not his coat, but more just his like vestment coat, and begin to drape it onto Celia's shoulders and go, I think you'll need this a bit more than I do right now.
What is it?
Remember that old coat that granduncle apparently saved before his passing?
Vaguely.
He always said it was it was something lucky. Something his last wife gave him to always keep him calm. I know I'm the one who inherited it, but I feel like you need it more than I do right now.
Thank you.
I'm sure he doesn't mind, wherever he's watching. So, well, Celia,
And at that, she will turn to look at Leonard.
You will note that while his face does seem more cold and stern and such, you can see into his eyes. It is the look of not just a concerned brother, but a worried family member. There's hints of a feeling of both regret, but also signs of just internal confusion to some degree. We have each other's back, at least currently, for as long as however this lasts. I don't plan to leave your side.
I won't leave yours either. Is there anything else that anybody knows that needs to be said?
Something to discuss with Siren later.
Dude, you gotta be louder. I know you're doing it for the
I'm doing it
survival
for the bit.
way, but,
I'm gonna do it.
like,
I'm gonna.
you
I'm still
you
not got
gotta
this
be
voice
louder.
down. I still don't have this
It's
voice.
You need.
it's your mic.
No, that you don't have the voice, just you have to be louder.
Yeah,
Your
just like
microphone
voice
is just not
suppression.
picking you up.
Oh damn it!
Noise suppression being off will probably help a lot because
Well,
Or you
then
just
you'll
put on your
hear
noise
as
gate.
AC.
Let's see. Let's see if that helps. I need to discuss Siren later. But right now, your brother's companion and Siren need to look into them.
Leonard, we still meet this week as well.
What? I don't plan to leave your side, after all. There I thought this was going to be some boring trip of our father's pride once again filling the room.
Mm,
Now I wish it was just that.
it would be nice.
It would be a lot more manageable.
Kuyo,
Hmm.
will you stay with Bators?
Aye.
Thank you. And keep Dead with you. I think this little meeting is adjourned.
I would agree with you. Your mother would speak up. No, in that case, I suppose I should be making my way to your father's office. Assuming he's there. Leonard, if you'd be a dear, dispel this spell of yours. Already done. As he just does a little clap. And
Clap on, clap off.
Rip off. The clapper.
as your mother starts to make her way out. Well, makes her way away from this part of the house. And going to confront your father.
I hope he doesn't have a white vest on when she does.
I'm pretty sure she would kill him if he did.
He doesn't. He doesn't strike me as the person who would do that. I think he's too weak for that.
I'm back.
Well, he might
welcome
shoot
back.
her.
Who? What are you talking about?
You know what? Fair enough.
Celia's
He is
father.
that cowardly to use a gun.
Oh no! Listen, I believe that woman could dodge a bullet point blank. I'm just saying. She got the balls for it.
I will say, I think Syra and I keep forgetting his name.
Hello?
Talel, that's it.
Tell him, Marco.
These two need to go investigate that room.
Oh, of course, 100%.
Because there's obviously some fuck shit in there that is supposed to get Celia.
Oh, there's definitely a trap in there.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Either
I'll
that
keep
or
this
they
at
stole
home.
some of. No, it's either that or they stole some of her shit so they could make the corpse more believable or something.
Try to
They
make
already found the corpse 6 months in the past, but obviously you guys don't know in character.
Yeah.
unless they're trying to convince the court that Celia, the real Celia, is an imposter. Even fuck, we should not have sent her mother away.
There is something that could save all our asses. There's this cool thing called the Zone of Fucking Truth.
Do you have it prepared?
Say that we're in lag. Yes. What the fuck you talking
You all
about?
would. You
Oh
all would
my
note
god,
that
you being part of the church right now helps so much with her credibility.
Oh, of course it does.
You all would note that the figure that was
That was.
That was watching
Watching.
us. The one with the blue dot. Is oh cool, she's got Casper backed up. Good.
other. Yeah. She just found out one of her maids was a caster,
She's gonna use it.
and she's giving her incentive to to help her right now.
Here, have all this money.
As Matoris is gonna be sitting
Look at
here,
all
I'm
these
gonna grab water.
Vacation days.
Yep.
Look at all these vacation days.
Vacation
Ooh,
days.
These
Ooh.
days, ooh.
executive suite.
Paid.
Ooh. Paid vacation. So,
No, I'm gonna have to team up with this guy, this antisocial guy.
As hello, will actually look to you, Sarah, and just kind of give a lackadaisical just wave, just the faintest sounds of his chainmail and fucking metal glove, just kind of just with it.
Give me a second.
The child is
oh,
spoken.
but bunch of kids.
Man, Celia's pissed now. I can't wait till she opens that letter and sees her obituary. I forgot what we call it.
Autopsy.
Whatever it is that I called it a bounty earlier because that's what I imagine it looks like.
Actually,
But it's
I mean, if you,
not that.
I mean, if you did request for the autopsy, I mean, if you did request for like an autopsy report on that, shockingly,
I have the paper that that guy gave me.
okay.
That's what he sent with him. I keep calling it a bounty because in my head, that's what I think it's stylized as, where it's like a picture of the deceased person and then like a bunch of like stuff about.
Oh, that
happened.
paper. Okay, yeah.
You
Yeah,
mean
no,
an
those papers
obituary?
Bretman gave you.
Yeah, that. Well, if I was able to get if I could actually get an obituary from like the Smiling Coffin people, then I no, I would have had Thomas go immediately after writing the letter.
You can just say that you waited because we were doing our own shit.
Yeah, I can say that like he took a bit of time to find the local guild and then requested a autopsy so he could send that over too.
The obituary, yeah.
Because then you get two pieces of information. You get your obituary in there along with that piece of paper that I got from Bremen was his name. I have it written, so I remember. I just couldn't remember how to pronounce. Yeah, Bremen.
Yes, Bremen. Like the Bremen band, except they're not animals. Well, mostly not animals.
He's not a
But
Bremen like in Fallout.
I'm going to kill you. That said, oh merry men. Anyway,
Damn it, Thomas. I know it's gold. Stop it. Lineage's whole gimmick is Lineage's gimmick is that he loves to steal gold. Not you.
yep. That said, though, I will actually state, Syra. Wait, no, he's actually gone. I forgot for a second. God damn it!
I'm here. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm still muted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as you're looking in the direction of Talel, and he kind of just actually now presents his hand and goes, "Suppose we're supposed to be working together then."
It seems so. Is it to shake?
He's presenting his hand to shake. I will say,
How
as
does
you're
it look? Cleansly wise, is it clean?
It does look to be mostly clean. Like, it was, like, fresh and clean. Though I will say, if you are looking in his direction, and because of that poor attempt, Syra, you would note that this statue over here is just faintly being lifted from the table and very shakingly moving closer to the edge.
Which one?
It is one.
I'm supposed to pray for them.
Sorry, I'm looking for a spell.
Okay.
I'm not gonna waste that spell. I don't have the message spell, bro.
Yeah, no.
Fuck it. I'll pop a sending. Wait, would I even know it's Thomas, first of all?
Well, Thomas
There's
did present
context
himself
clues.
presently. Yeah. going off the shake, off the the slight shakiness of the statue being moved, you can probably imagine it is a small or at the very least weak sort of, oh no, it's Thomas kind of realization.
No, yeah. I can't. I really want to waste this ending for this shit.
Oh, that's how they stereotypically use the word shiny object go ooh.
You know what? I could fucking just ask for Taurus.
Yes, you.
Go right here. Mr. Batoris, if you don't mind, could you tell Thomas to stop meddling with the statue?
As the statue inches a bit closer over the edge,
I'm just going to it with a message, so it's full volume in their head. Stop it.
Stop it.
as this maid had actually managed to succeed to notice it. But As you message that to Thomas's head, there's going to be a smell like being let out as that briefly alerts her, and definitely alerts her to just
Get
that. As she just kind of heavy-handedly, as in she's struggling to just kind of just put it back in place, just like, can't have this statue be moved out of place. The Marcus will kill one of us for it.
Damn, that's crazy.
I like how the
In
elf
a,
is not helping.
in a
Let her suffer.
very low tone, does Cyrus still know where Thomas is?
I can if you want me to.
You could
That's
ask
up to you.
Taurus. He can see Thomas.
Oh yeah, but Taurus, is Thomas here right now?
Yes. Thomas.
Thomas,
Oh, go ahead.
Thomas, follow me and touch nothing.
There's something up with the statue. I needed to see what was going on.
We'll deal with that later. Follow me.
But what if it's something bad? Is anyone else hearing a voice right now?
Don't worry.
I think you might need to rest for a bit.
Please sit down.
Okay, sorry.
He just tells the girl, "You're not well."
This Thomas now just close to your ear, Celia just says, Thomas did not mean to shout, but Thomas has point. Something wrong here. Something very wrong here.
We will deal with it in a moment. I still need to open that letter.
Yeah.
Leonard, if you would lead the way.
My room or the guest room? Honestly, I don't know which one is more secure or less secure at this point.
I'm impartial to either. I think your room probably safer.
I'll pass. It's on the way anyway. I'll give it a quick check. I'll give it a quick scan of detect magic to see if anything I left over is still holding anything, or if there's anything additional.
Good.
Now, let's be on our way. You and your buddy, friend, I suppose, if they're present.
They are. We'll deal with it once we are in the room.
Understood. As Silly, you will feel just a bunch of like fluff just kind of move across your face for a moment as Thomas, apparently taking minor offense, would whisper scream to Leonard, "I am Fluffy. Thomas is Fluffy, not Fuzzy. Right now, please." Before taking your hand and just, come now, sister. Let's have a moment of respite.
Yes, let's.
As that now leaves all of you here.
two need to go now. You two need to go now.
Yes. I don't know where the rooms are.
To be honest, I don't either. And currently, the only people who do know have moved, well, have moved to whatever room they are going to.
Anna,
I guess we'll just stop them before they make their way there.
well, we have someone that works here.
Allergies.
To her, I'm fine.
Anna, can you show
Yeah.
that to Cilius?
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, no, just like you saying it's like, okay, I won't bother you. Sorry.
No, I'd rather your help than the other maid.
Okay.
I feel very not safe.
Okay. You know, if you are helping us and you are very familiar with this place, it would be beneficial in the end. I imagine your lady of the house would praise you to some degree. Yes. Okay, she's not that type of maid. Do lead the way.
Fucking Christ, this guy.
I mean, that's accurate for the time period.
Yeah, most maids try to be on top of shit. Try to be the top dog.
Cyrus like a bully.
Huh?
You or me, you're a bully.
Who a bully?
Also, God damn it, Reese.
But yes.
Oh no.
As Anna will do her best to lead the way. Kind of momentary sprinting a little bit before realizing, wait, she's meant to be leading, before turning back to the both of you. Boozy has been moving. Do you mean to have your... Do you mean to have weapons on you? Yes, I'm a bodyguard. Okay. Is that the same reason why all of you are having weapons around you? I would imagine. Though I take it in the
If you want to,
case.
I don't need to have my weapon on.
No, I just curious is all. I mm, don't normally see weapons in the house outside of certain weapons. Right, sorry. As Tala would just kind of, having moved up initially, then just kind of moves back a bit slowly and whispers to you, Sarah. I definitely think she is that kind of maid.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like those porcelain made dolls, you know. Very pretty to look at, but if you put a bit too much force on them, or if they fall off a shelf or chair, they crack like egg.
Okay. I don't think that's a very nice thing to say, but I understand where you're
Miss
coming from.
DM, I'd like to do something the moment to leave.
I like to blow
And
up, he said.
like, I'm also meaning that she is the kind that you have to be gentle with.
I know. We could have just worded it better.
This is not my first language.
Understood.
Yep. As they're departing, what are you wanting to do, Kuyo?
The moment that any of them are out of sight, Kuya's gonna go over to the statue that Thomas was fiddling with.
You gonna fucking break that shit.
Oh, you're going to the statue?
Yeah, whatever statue that
Alright.
what's his
Well,
face? Thomas was looking at. He's gonna look at.
Alright, well,
The tank engine?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the tank engine, how fucking dare.
Farmers is a tank engine.
Is it this? Is this the statue over here?
yep. These two were just about to leave it alone before they, when they both noticed you and fucking Q just approach and just go like, yeah.
Hand
I
on
help
chin,
you?
looking at it with a.
Can you
Uh,
not? You don't say it. Can I ask what you're doing?
Hold on. I'll have Q look as well. Both of them just staring at the statue. I'll use one of my inspirations for this. This seems important.
I
There we
will
go.
say this. I'll say right away. I never asked for perception, but I will say if you're wanting to try and get a feel for the statue, insight.
Oh,
or
insight.
Arcana.
I don't got no Arcana.
Is your insight the same roll? That was different.
No, my insight would be 3 lore. So, well, that's not 3 lore. It would be 2 lore. My bad. So it would technically be a 19 if you want to take that roll.
Okay. Well, if you're wanting to stick with a 19, then understood.
Sure.
As with a 19, which again, you don't need to fucking blah, blah, blah. Anyway, with a 19, Kuyo, this looks like a normal statue. It's made of gold, depicting a man on a horse. At least you think that's a horse. Never seen a horse that small. He looks kind of old. Statue feels a bit weird to be near. Though it's... you definitely get some kind of feeling for it. Definitely something weird about it, but you can't tell if that's because there's something inside of it or if there's or because of how this thing looks.
If Kuyo with the like formal dialect that you wouldn't like expect from someone of his stature and looks would go, if I may ask, where did the Lord procure such a interesting sculpture?
Big tongue as just immediately as this maid is grabbed by her shoulder and moved aside. This isn't just any statue. This was actually a commissioned statuette. It is meant to depict a Amadeus desk. He is one of the previous home owners, and more accurately, one of the previous lords of House Desk.
See.
he is, by all accounts, the granduncle of our current lord and homeowner.
I can clearly tell this is a. Is she an elf or a half elf?
Hmm?
Is she an elf or a half elf?
No, she's full elf.
Okay, good. He will say, "Hmm. And did you serve this one as well?"
In later on, yes, in his life. I didn't get to fully know him, but he was quite a shriveled prune by the time I had begun serving in his house.
Is that so? Hmm. I was hoping to know more about his exploits. If he was great enough to have a depiction of him, what seems to be gold.
Yes, something that he personally requested it be made out of. The current lord, I mean, not he himself.
Ah,
Originally, he wanted it to be silver. Though through the current law, though when the discussions on how to go about his, well, memoriam, it was agreed that his urn would not be made of silver, but instead of some of his gold gained from his exploits.
did she just say earn?
Yes, this statuette, as she has just revealed, also doubles as a man's urn.
That a fancy ass urn, bro.
I see looks at it. And
Ern's haunted. Huh? Ern's haunted.
Ern's haunted.
Urn's haunted.
He's gonna look over to Q now that he knows that it's an urn. See if she's noticing any juju about it. And I'm not talking about that beat.
On the beat?
No, I literally just said it.
Well, does she have insight?
Mm, she doesn't have proficiency in insight, but she does have arcana.
Well, she has Arcana. That's one of the things she needs. I request that Q rolls Arcana if she
Okay,
is
Q.
going to be looking
Make
into
Dad
this.
proud. I'm proud that you got above a 10.
Ouch. But yeah, as Q looks it over and such, she's not really getting much details, if anything. Unfortunately, she's incapable of speech, so if she is trying to say anything at all, or would be saying anything at all, it's not really communicated too easily. Though she does look at you and just kind of, what you can imagine going off some of what she's trying to express with her expressions, just kind of
Her
a,
hands.
just like a, just kind of a bit of a, like a disgruntled, like,
Like a so-so.
like a, yeah, like that kind of like so kind of, like I'm not getting anything. I don't know what's going on. Something's up, but I don't know what.
He'll nod and look back at the statue. Hmm. Do you know any of his? Do you know of his exploits? I'd like to know them.
Well, the gold in particular that was used was actually found in his personal treasury. Apparently, it was locked up. It was apparently locked up in a small vault But beyond that, I can't really say much. The vintages around it actually were also in that same vault, so the Lord had assumed that said gold and vintages were a personal storage of sorts.
Ah, this is the curse of the covenant, I see. Okay.
I had actually attempted to identify the minting process of the gold myself, but unfortunately I could only recover a single coin. Even then, I have now since lost it.
Huh. Well, I'm sure he was a good man.
As good of a man as there was in such a house of dusk.
Oh, he'll look over. You don't seem quite pleased.
In comparison to some I've heard from, well, maids before my time, comparatively, he was one of the better ones. Sure, he had his pride and a bit of ego in some degree, but ultimately, he proved to at least be mindful, modest to certain occasions. Of course, he would gloat, but not anything that wasn't earned, especially in comparison to some of his descendants later on. His siblings were no better, but ultimately his pride, his ego, at least what little of it did form and the degree it did, was not unwarranted. He knew he was skilled, and he took advantage of that fact. He made sure to lobby close to those he could use, but also show genuine care for those that earned his care. At least that's what I've heard. I can't say for certain all that is factually true, but I can say from the moments I have, well, the moments I did speak with him, he wasn't a bad man. Certainly an egoist to certain degrees, but he was at least mindful of his choice of words.
Can I insight her?
Go ahead.
Aha. Aha. We love 11s.
11.
Why did
11.
311 like not 311 what the fuck?
You can't even make the joke of 7-Eleven. No, it's just straight up 11s. But that said, with an 11, Kuyo, you can definitely tell from her tone that there's small hints of regrets in what she spoke, but
Yeah, I was
not
about
much
to
else
say
you
that's
can
why I
discern.
asked to insight because I didn't want to use my own insightfulness as Kuyo's insightfulness.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's definitely hints of regret in what she says, but at the same time, you can't fully imagine why. Perhaps she did care for this lord, perhaps she didn't. From the way it sounds, she at least had some level of care for him, but mm, anything you can think of is mostly a guess.
you seem to show a lot of respect for him, given that you didn't serve him for long.
No. But arguably compared to until more recently, he was one of the few of his name that still deserves some level of respect. I can't say I can't say his most recent descendant is someone who has earned his name.
Peter chuckles at that. Yes, you seem quite disappointed in the current Lord, he says in air quotes.
I wouldn't say that out loud, but I will
I
state,
would.
comparatively, the lady and a bit of my own intimidation, and to ensure as such, the most recent descendants hold more promise than the last one, at least in my opinion.
Hmm. To look back at the statue one more time.
Right?
And how long has
Statue.
this
I'll go ahead.
been up?
What?
How long has the statue been here?
Quite some time. About, well, arguably 10 years or so now at this point. Originally we'd hold him in a more standard urn, but given how long the artisans took to actually work with the materials provided, we can at least be glad it only took 10 years. It is in fine detail, don't get me wrong, but I would have preferred it if they'd done it with silver, per his wishes.
He shrugs. And you said you could never find out where he found this gold.
No, that was before my time. Back when he was still in his prime, from what I have heard. He dealt with many things for Mana. Well, before Mana was properly Mana. Beyond that, though, the only stories I've heard in regards to where the gold could have potentially gone were likely enemies. Some believe some level of ritualist of a kind, pagans potentially. Never did get a straight answer.
Hmm. I see her back now. I'm
Yep.
just glances over and then looks back.
He
Hmm.
freezes the moment you stare at her before. Yeah.
It's just a quick glance, and then he looks back at the other man. Hmm. Well, I'll come clean then, since I have some sort of respect for you. As he looks back over the statue, nothing gives me bad vibes.
Bad vibes. Dare I ask
He
what that
nods.
implies?
It's uneasy, I suppose.
I suppose there's many things in this house that are broken at this point, but I suppose what else can you really do but help out where you can?
I think to learn that this is an urn has made me slightly suspicious. And then learning that the gold was locked up somewhere in a safe.
Indeed. I had my
He
suspicions as
shrugs.
well.
But I'm not I'm not skilled in these kind of things. I kind of just go off of a gut feeling, that's all.
You sound far more insightful than I initially took you for. I do apologize for that.
It's fine. I don't really care how people see me.
In any
He's in-
case,
This isn't
go ahead.
shrug and turn back around. Anyways, thanks for the info. It was nice talking to you.
I don't mind sharing a bit of history, at least the ones I know about.
I am always interested in learning the history of strong warriors.
Glad to hear it.
If you have any more to tell me, I'll just be over there. You'll just like head gesture over to Batoris.
I do have one small request, though.
Hmm?
If you do plan on staying here any longer, actually, we'll just kind of on your chest. Do take a
Yep.
bath. A lot of you. Actually gives a kind of faintly smug grin, but almost endearing and almost endearing in a way. Before she turns around, going up to this maid and grabbing her by her sleeve and goes like, "We still need to talk. Wait, but
Step, 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 step. We will sit down next to Batoris and go. Well, there's definitely something up with that statue. But if anything comes out of it, I'll just kill it.
There is something very wrong in this house.
Mm-hmm.
The girl, Anna. She's holding back everything.
I'm not too worried about it.
You should.
If something happens, something happens. And if it does happen, we'll just take care of it. Simple as is.
Kuya. This is very pain for him. The balance. It's one-sided.
I have a quick over-the-board question for you, Half.
Yes.
Is message a first level spell?
It's a
Message is a
cantrip.
cantrip.
Yeah, so why is Batoris keep speaking when he can just use message?
Oh, he is
You
using
have to
message, but I
speak
have to
or
speak.
message.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
that
message still requires you to
sucks.
speak.
Yeah, I just
message,
could.
But you are doing it in a whisper, so the intent is to be you are like.
You're hearing
You
this.
can
Just no one else can.
pretend you're doing a cough or something. Like,
Exactly.
it does hide away what you're saying
Yeah.
from ears.
Okay. I needed that in my head. I thought he was actually still speaking.
I have to do it as a whisper, basically.
Okay, I got you.
But it
Okay.
does come across a little bit clearly to you.
Locking back in. Okay.
No
We
one
will
can
go.
fucking read my lips because I don't have lips.
Exactly. Kuya will nod and go, As I said, I'm not worried.
Kuyo. I took one part of it away from her. And I can barely stand.
Just looks at you.
She is holding balance. If she lets go, the thing we saw in the square will not be the only going on.
And as I said, if anything else does show up, we'll deal with it.
It was foolish. But hopefully she can see clearly now.
You were not foolish, Botaurus. You simply have a self-sacrificing nature. One that I don't entirely agree with. Queen will sigh, and then he'll speak up again. If you are supposed to be a bodyguard, then how are you expected to do your job if you are out of mission like this?
You just hear the equivalent of just not a hiss, just a disgruntled, like, bug noise. Knowing you're right, but it's his nature.
Exactly. Bugs chitter along the fuck.
Yeah.
He goes.
Dead would just go in support of Kuyo's words.
You can say
Bruh.
that. Bruh.
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 Quill kind of just like hand on one of his hands on Botaurus's shoulder, going, perhaps you should take this time to get your priorities straight. Perhaps put the interest of your charge before anything else. But who am I to tell you what to do?
You are my brother,
But
but I understand.
well, as you're out of commission as your brother, I'll do you a solid this time and pick up your slack.
You know, I hate when you're right.
When have I, when have I ever been wrong?
Shut up, Kuya.
As this brotherly bond between two blue
Four-armed
warriors
freaks.
of a kind, two blue four-armed freaks of a kind, apparently. Yeah, I was trying to be polite. I will ask Cloak, what were you up to again?
after sending Thomas off, other than the shops aren't gonna be open anytime soon, but I am still gonna be trying to buy a blank book to test to see if I can make a new spell book.
Right. Which case, I will say for you. This will take some time, and actually, we'll just theater the mind this. Don't necessarily have anything in mind for it particular. As at some point or another, you will see that one of the shops does open up, and thankfully, it does seem to be some sort of parchment shop filled with books of a kind. They are mostly blank. Though you will see behind the only desk of the place, you'll just see what looks to be a kind of crotchety old man, just kind of, you can't even see his eyes as he's, what do you think, he's squinting or maybe blind? Or maybe he doesn't even have eyes? He has glasses on his head, his bald, scraggly head, so maybe he has eyes. He goes like, hey, what do you want? Who's there?
I hope this offers voice alone of this guy becomes a reoccurring NPC.
No.
I talked to him here looking to buy a quill, some ink, and a blank book.
What you got?
Hey,
What you got? This is in character, mind you. What you got? For reference, Lotus, for you, he is saying what you got, but because he's saying it in such a fast and kind of, it's hard to understand, but it does take a couple of times of him going, what you got? More before realizing, oh, he's saying what you got.
Oh, is he asking for like how much I'm willing to pay?
Maybe.
Well, what price do you want? What price do you want to? What price do you wish to ask of me before I say what I have?
You got coin? You got things to sell?
Coin. Do I have things to sell? That's a very good question. I don't think I have anything that I'm willing to. I left most of my shit back at most of the most valuable shit I had back at the car. I have coin. I have silver. I have a few gold pieces if you need, if that suffices.
Oh.
It's kind of at the beginning of that word there. What?
And over.
They hand it all over?
And over.
Alright. I'll place 2 gold pieces.
You see his hand just kind of grab them as soon as he hears the plink on the counter. He just kind of rubs them a bit before like taking one of his hands and just kind of lowering his glasses and like, Well, they're not fake, so this works, I guess. What do you want in the buy?
Well, the main thing I'm looking for is quill, ink, and a blank journal or book. But if this is too much for that, then I'll take some extra supplies.
For 2 gold? You trying to rob me? Rob me of my store? This is all my money.
Well, to be fair, I'm new to the city, so I'm not sure what the prices of everything here is.
How old are you?
He does not know how old he is. He'll just spit all fucking eggs. Over 20.
You're stupid for your age. You know that?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you would prefer, I can give you silver instead, if that's more,
No,
if
no.
that's better.
It's my go now. You want your shit? Grab your shit. Put it here.
Yeah.
I'll check you out.
Then I'm gonna go look through this door and I'm gonna see what he has after I grab the things I want to grab.
Well, I'll ask for an investigation check. Or at the very least, a perception.
Which one do I have better of? I have better investigation.
Shit.
You know what? I have a fucking, just in case this guy has anything good, I'll freaking try to reroll that.
With
Better.
13, you will notice that some of the papers are actually finer. In fact, you do see a slightly more expensive looking book of a finer make of a sort. It's something, but you definitely can tell that he put at least a bit more care into this. Though you will note that there is that among the pens and quills, you do see a pen that does seem to have a feeder at the top, or more accurately, the tail, as you see a squirrel-themed pen. Carved out of wood and properly lacquered to be preserved.
I'll fucking take that if it's within the 2 gold price range.
Well, he did say grab what you want and show it to him after.
Okay, I'm gonna assume 2 gold is way more than what is fucking needed to get this shit.
I mean, you'll have to check.
Yeah, I'll grab the squirrel themed pen. Is there any like history books?
A history book. You wouldn't know that it's closer to the actual counter itself, but to the side there is in fact some books. So, a couple of them are dictionaries of a kind, not full dictionaries, but seem to be mostly filled out to a degree. There is some small storybooks at the bottom for what you can assume to be children, young, at the very least, soon to be young adults to some degree. All young adults for what this time period would account for. Though you do see a small history book, or at least you can assume it's a history book. And skimming through the pages, you do note that some of it does feel a bit haphazard and all that in its preparation.
Oh, my character's amnesia. He's trying to figure out. Yeah, and who knows? I'll take the history book too. And so, along with the book, quill, and ink, well, yeah, I'll still take a normal quill, but he's probably gonna grab a few extra pieces of paper. And I'm trying to remember what a medieval book place would have. For now,
You
that
present the materials to him.
I probably come. Yeah, I'll hand him the stuff that I picked out.
All right. You'll hand it over to him, and same as before, he'll just kind of just mess with his fingers and put his glasses over his eyes again, or fucking what you can assume are sockets that have very tiny eyes at this point, with how hard it is to see them. He just goes like, "You have these?"
I would not mind. I would like these. Yes.
And this thing as well.
As he kind of violently shakes the history book a bit.
Let it. I'm looking to look into the past a tiny bit, just because of recent events leading me realizing I don't know as much as I need to know.
You're stupid. Well, these are yours.
As you will hear from you'll hear from the stairwell, just like,
Lark! Lark! Where's it, Lou? Who's at the door? Stop, guess, this is a customer. Customer? Customer! Where's they buying? 2 gold. 2 gold? 2 gold. I get the kids. Oh, I'll worry, so him. He's probably leaving. Okay.
I'm not with the shit I'm seeing. Freaking Cloak is not even like perturbed or anything by this because like he's seen weirder in like the 2 weeks he's had
Yep.
memories.
yep. But going off their odd choice of speech, what you can assume is his wife, partner, someone who was upstairs addressed him as either clerk or Clark. You can't tell which, but arguably he is technically a clerk. So maybe Clark? Or did his parents just name him Clerk?
I would not be surprised. I mean, right now I'm currently named Cloak, so. Well, sorry, I'm currently typing out what I just bought. So, oh, wait, sorry, history book. I'm gonna start with the history book. Oh yeah, he's gonna grab his stuff and be like, well, I don't think I really need to say it, but keep the kings. And damn it, what was it that Burnt Bremen said when he did the what would be the word here? His guild pledge. He said like fly free into your freedom flies in the heart or something like that. Because I forgot to write it down.
Oh my god, but yeah, that works for now. That works for now. Are you saying that to him?
Yes.
In that case, the moment you say that to him, he's like,
Oh. Ah. Ah. Lou. Ah. Where's the Clark? Get the kids. Get the what? Get the kids. Which one? Oh, wait. Robbie's sleeping. Robbie's sleeping. Robbie's sleeping. Who's awake? Meta. Meta. What? Customer. Fine. You wait
I
there.
don't know if I did it. I have no idea if I did it dumb here or not, but
from the way it sounds, someone was probably just forcibly worked up. Actually, you heard a small thud as if someone was just kind of pushed out of their bed. It would take a moment, as eventually you just see what appears to be a fairly normal young woman. Nothing is too distinguishable from her. I guess in comparison though, the old man definitely had a more pale complexion, in this instance. Though the young woman who is coming down the stairs does seem to be a bit more darker toned in her skin color. As she just kind of looks at you and just like, who's this?
Dad, who's this? This is a customer.
I can see he's a customer, but why is it?
He said the thing.
He what?
He said the thing.
Which thing?
The thing's the guy said.
Which
fly
guy?
free in the heart.
Ah, thing.
Okay. Am I supposed to leave a message for him? Do you want me to hand you the note to locale, the gathering spot, the delivery spot, or do you want me to get in contact with the shop?
with Doctor Man.
Hold on a second. Drops his fucking the hood of his cloak. That has meaning to you.
Yeah, one of the agents here for this place. You know how it is. Can you close the door at least?
He'll close the door for them. He's like, oh my, what are the goddamn odds? What are the odds? Oh my god.
He closed the door? Yeah, he closed the door, Dad. Oh, good, he closed the door. Wait, were we closed? We're not closed. Oh. How long did we close? 2 hours. Oh. Whoops. Okay, you, do you have a name, code name, title, whatever, guilds? I need to roll a history check. Because this is an agent.
Yeah, of course I stumble upon this.
Okay, they're an agent, so they actually have this. Yes, roll the dice. Holy shit. I didn't make it.
A good one.
Oh, they didn't make it. It's like a Horizon? Which guild?
Hold out the cloak to see the soda symbol.
Broken Wings. Right. Okay. Mm, oh, right. Horizon. You're the guy that does the thing with the rich guys, right?
Sorry, I'm a little distracted by a lot of fucking yelling and noises at my side of my room.
She basically went like, "You're the guy that does the thing with
Someone's at my
the
door.
rich guys." Oh. Oh shit. Also, howdy, Reese. How you doing?
I'm here, I think.
Don't worry. I just want to take care of this real quick.
I figured.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Don't.
I'm just entering brain rot territory for myself, as you can tell by meme templates. The
Yeah.
memes.
Yeah. No. I just realized the request you made, and DM's like, ah, shit. I was like, ah. I'm usually on top of that shit. What have I done?
We've been. They haven't been talking to themselves a lot.
Fair enough.
I'm
But yeah.
not prepared for this scenario because I
Wait.
would assume so.
Wait, you would assume so? What? Wait, I assume so. I'm not the one that said it. He said it.
To make a long story short, I don't know what's going on, but I assume, based off of my history that I'm slowly piecing together, my last job might have gone extremely terribly, for I now have amnesia.
Who's amnesia? No, amnesia. Who's an am? It's a condition, Dad. What does it do? Makes you forget things. Forget things, yes. How many things? It varies, but it's bad. Oh. Like how bad? Really bad. Gotcha.
That is all I would say more, but obviously, I'm still piecing things together.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, either way, you're...
And I was not expecting to stumble upon
Okay, you're here on behalf of the Falcon. Look, okay, before you think anything
thing. This isn't my usual spot. I'm just crashing with my parents. That they thankfully own the bottom floor right now, and most of the people here are hush hush anyway, so it kind of works out. Mom found out I was pretending to be asleep, but it is what it is. So, work is work. I get paid at the end of the day.
Well,
You get paid? How do you think I'm... Continue, please, before I hit my father.
well, since I seem to have stumbled upon you, I assume you carry messages between guild members of various guilds.
To a degree. It's part of my responsibility to make sure I handle these things. I'm an agent, after all, not a proper member of any guild. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. You know?
He nods. Well then,
You.
I guess, then I would like a message sent to my guild then.
Okay, good. What they need? Or what do you want me to tell them?
The horizon, the horizon has forgotten, but God, I'm trying to be poetic and I'm not great at it. The horizon has dimmed, but the new dawn breaks. What is forgotten will be remembered.
Are all you... Are all you Falcon Wing people just poetic like this? Or is this just a you thing?
I could remember. And actually saying this, he talks to Horizon in his head. Like, were we always poetic?
Varying degrees.
Do you have anything you want me to
I
add
blame
to the message? And I'm assuming you want to blame Arlita.
No, I was going to say blame the moth for it.
Understandable. But anything you want to add to the message?
Dawn's rest. Sky's blue. In their eyes lies a clue. They'll know what it means.
Alright then. I would also like to add this final bit to the message.
Alright. Just have good memory. Just tell it to me.
Repeats what's to him.
Dawn's rest, sky's blue. Wait. What's it supposed to... Okay. Well, Okay, well... Okay. Look, you're... I take it you wanted to talk to the person who's in charge here at the very least, right? Or why would you get an agent going? Outside of just, letters. I'm pretty sure I wasn't needed to get a message out. Dad, did you have to send Mom to... Why not Rob? I was asleep. My God, that idiot. He's supposed to fake sleep. Okay.
Again, I will apologize. I was not expecting to stumble on this.
Yeah, well, from my know-how, Falcon Wings are technically, if anything, you guys are one of the more neutral ones anyway, so didn't have much of a reason to try and shoot you, or, well, click the thing next to the door. Click the thing next to the door? Dad, no. Okay. But If anything, have you talked with Bremen at all?
I did.
Told you the situation at all, or has he not, or has he chosen
Told
not
me
to
the
share?
situation. He has told me the situation, and let us say, and I will just say it with knowledge that I give him. It's a little bit worse than we think.
Do you want the location of the headquarters then?
Bremen told me it, but I would not mind being told it again, just in case.
You see her just kind of actually kind of just reach into her nightgown before just taking out what looks to be a slip of paper, before just kind of folding it into a shape before toward you. Out of character, you would recognize this as an airplane.
Alright. Is there anything written on it, or is it...
It looks to be a miniature map.
Alright, neat. This goes in my calendar then.
Yep.
I forget what his freaking what his guild's name is, but Blackstreet. Tell her what the Blackstreet's not like.
But yeah. It's like,
I
well,
apologize for your rest being ruined by my intrusion.
it's fine. It's honestly, I knew I was supposed to wake up, well, pretend to be asleep, and then wake up in a couple hours anyway, so what can you do? Except be good at your job.
Well, for being so good at your job, flips them a fucking gold coin.
They're a bit of a distance away, but it does kind of land near the counter as the old man goes like, "Oh, what's that? What's that?" It's like that's for me, Dad. Is it for you? Yeah, yeah. It was on the counter. Yeah. So it's for me. No. For you? Yes. Well, I'm at the clerk station right now. What? Dad, you get some sleep. Oh, Kyle, we'll get some sleep. He just kind of just gets out from the chair he was sitting in and just kind of trudgingly starts going up the stairs as she just kind of comes down the stairs more properly and sits in the chair and just like okay, okay, thank you. Well, another nightgown dust day or night. You have a good one, Horizon, alright?
You have a day yourself.
Pigeons grace upon thee.
May freedom flies. May freedom flies free in your heart.
Yeah.
Gonna give a last wave as you freaking leave. But would you make that on purpose that I walked into this place of all places?
It is the only bookstore, brother.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So, is there anything special about this squirrel pen, or is it just a squirrel pen?
Well, get me an Arcana check.
Alright. I'm actually good at these.
Well, shit. You will note that the pen itself does seem to be inscribed with some minor bits of runes. You can't tell what exactly the runes do, but you can definitely tell they're of a kind. You're not familiar with runecraft, unfortunately, but you can definitely tell they're interesting. Though because of your own spellcraft, you do recognize one of the spell runes to a degree, solely because you yourself know the spell. This Oh, you know, it's simple. Conjure barrage.
What? Wait, is this a spell? Is this a spell? A casting brain, please.
This is a secretive caster's tool, i.e., this is something that casters are willing to buy in exchange on the pretense that way if they're ever caught, it can be attributed to a magic item, and the fact that they are themselves clearly not a caster. This is something only known to you as it comes back dawning in your memories that because you have a couple casters yourself, they make use of such items.
I basically have a way to sleight of hand magic now.
You have something to explain away. How did you do that spell stuff, boy?
Pulls out squirrel pen.
Yep.
Alright, okay.
Can't believe the squirrels
so,
are practicing dark magic.
Well, I'm gonna assume there's more in that fucking place other than this, but I got unlucky.
All right. Yeah. You also. All right. I also forgot. Yeah. No. This thing also. So of the two that you can glean from it, solely because you have the spells yourself, one is Conjure Barrage, the other is Summon Familiar. You can understand what kind of fucking pen this is.
It summons squirrels.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna
World
assume
stampede.
does this have charges or
It does unfortunately have charges, as the
some with your
material itself is too weak to hold it.
so I'm gonna is it a recharging charges or
That is something you do not know yet.
alright. I'm gonna do more looking at this then.
That said, though, as during that time, Kelric,
Yes.
I believe you were
3
going in the
hours.
direction. Yeah, I believe you were going in the direction of the orphanage, if memory serves.
Yep.
Or
Yeah.
yeah,
He's still doing what he was the other time. When he before everything went down, that I DM'd you.
Oh wait, did you damn me? Oh,
Not
shit,
not
fuck,
not not
what?
today. Like the last time we played, he's still doing what he did that time. It's above the Celine stuff.
Oh, in our actual DMs. I thought you meant like fucking. Okay. Give me a second.
Oh, by the way, the last thing I want to say about what my character's going to be doing is that after he gets the book, he's probably going to spend like a couple hours, inscribing a couple, like some of his low-level spells to see if he can actually do this.
Okay, actually, can
That can wait.
you pin it real quick, Reese, because I'm not seeing it.
Sure.
Yeah.
And
Or at the very least, like.
the new book.
There.
Okay. Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah.
Which, in that case, I will ask Mysteries.
Yes.
It would be. This would take you a while, honestly, and you are trying to navigate through essentially a labyrinth of a slum without fully knowing truly which direction is which. Though, I will state this, Mr. Carrick.
Yes.
Can I know your passive perception?
Oh, that's not as big as I wish it was. 12.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, figured.
I'm sorry, buddy. I just they tease how the cookie crumbles. Just how the cookie crumbles. But that being said,
He's not a very wise or
you're
smart person. He's not.
as you're doing so,
Eventually, you do come across another bit of clearing within the roads and everything. Though as you do so, you hear a heavy thud as it begins to approach you from sounds like it's approaching you from your right side. As we will actually switch map.
All right.
As Kelric, you are. Oh wait, I moved
What
you in
the
the wrong spot.
hell?
There you are. As yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's the other guy.
Well,
As
fuck
you
you.
as you see a certain man from earlier, and which you can assume to be the other companions. More
Yeah.
specifically, the large behemoth of a warforged coming down this way. Though from what you can look at from afar, the warforged does look to be some level of limping currently. As they're trying to make their way about it, before this one goes, what? You. As the Warforged kind of stops to address you, Kelric.
Yeah.
You working with Bremen and us?
That does seem to be how things have went. Better than being hunted, I guess.
Hunted. What, did you piss him off or something?
I hope I didn't. Didn't really speak too much. That being
Yeah.
said, I don't think, like, from what I've heard, he's not a fan of me either way.
Can't imagine. It's not like you're Sele or something. Or are you?
You're not one of them Sele, are you?
Well, no reason to hide it. I already informed him.
Why didn't you tell me that, Doc? Right. Okay, well. Can't say I like what I know of your kind. But I guess since Bremen's willing to work with you, and Doc hasn't tried to stab you yet, I guess I can work with you. You and whatever friend you made.
Whatever friend I made.
Doc, I thought you mentioned they were strangers. What, you mean they knew each other, probably? Doc, you have to be more vocal about this stuff. Well, either way, some Sele bastard ended up crashing an entire orphanage on me. And as much as I don't like that, I lived. A couple of our folks didn't, though. Don't think some of the kids did either. So I hope that you be praying
for that one's demise. That is, if you don't mind praying to your God to see one of your own kind dead.
It's difficult for me to pray recently.
I guess since we're some kind of allies for now. As he is, as this large warforge is just hulking above you, both physically and staturally.
Every single sense of the word.
Yes. He just presents a hand that is very much larger than your own head. Kind of in like a what you can assume to be a shaking manner. Name is Kyle. At least that's what folk call me. I remember my other name being Breaker. So you can call me Kyle the Breaker.
You may call me Kelric. He'll go to shake.
Alright. As you do so, mostly for the bit, Kelric, can you make me a constitution check?
Probably not. Well, actually, no. My constitution's high because I didn't fully understand what the character I was making when I put out my points. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter.
Okay. To give comparison, hey Reese, you ever have those relatives when you're young that come over,
Yes.
you shake
I
their
know
hand,
exactly
and
what's happening here.
yeah, extremely calloused,
I'm
a
the
lot
youngest
of
in my
muscle
family.
behind,
Yeah.
just full on, just bear grip, kind of fucking. Yeah, you're kind of getting Kelric's getting that kind of feeling, but in the form of hard, cold metal. Just,
He's most definitely wincing at this because he did use his good hand.
yeah. As he just kind of just gives a firm shake, and kind of hurting your arm a little bit as he's doing so. Before just, I look forward to working with you, and maybe breaking you if you turn out to be traitor.
You're probably going to get in line
What's
if
your
that
name?
does happen, but I highly
You got
doubt
one?
it. As I said, you may call me Kelric. It is the closest thing I have.
Wait, that's what you said your name was? I thought that was just some weird thing you said.
Don't exactly have a real name. It's just something that works.
Doc, do you know if that's true? Why are you angry with me? No, don't be disappointed, friend. Well, Woodsworth, we have one of our agents and one of our insiders in the guard with us. They actually were the ones that helped me get out. So, makes me question, if you were fast enough to get where I was, would have you helped save my life?
I want to roll a wisdom save on that.
Yep. That's fair.
Man, it's large and intimidating.
I would. I can't promise that I would do much. I would be helpful, but I would.
Alright. As soon as you say that, it takes a smidgen. There's a bit of silence, but you'll see Kyle proceed to use that same hand he used to shake with you before just kind of moving a bit faster to just kind of go to your shoulder and just kind of doing that same kind of like
grip he gave, but in that before just lifting his hand and going to the shoulder again, kind of in the patting motion of just. But in his case, it's kind of a on your shoulder as it goes. I think I might like you. I'll hate you if you
Yeah.
turn traitor.
You know, as bad of a time as to say, I actually do kind of wish to change my answer. I would have gone for the children, tried to save them.
His hand then furls up into a fist before poking out the index finger, and then to your chest, a simple tap, or in his case, a. You have a heart. I like you. Just kind of stabbing into you a little bit before just reeling his hand back. I like you more now. I really hope you don't turn traitor. Your bones are as soft as glass. Kind of
They've
like a
broken
lot
a
of
lot.
folk here. I can make them fine powder if you'd like, right, Doc? Just that one just annoyed grunt of don't. Don't mean to be so mean about it.
Isa,
Yeah.
I'm getting a certain feeling about this character that feels familiar.
What kind of familiarity?
Is it a book character that you might know very closely, Half?
No, it's not. It's not one of mine. It it's close to one of mine that I based it off of a certain character growing up. I'll have to ask after session.
I will confirm this right now, solely as the thing. Low intelligence, high
Yep.
charisma.
Yep. Yep, it's your little John. It's your little John.
He's a fucking cowboy is what he is at that point.
Yep.
Fucking talks like one too.
I guess we're going back to headquarters for now. Was I not supposed to say that? Why is your jaw like that, Doc? You should get it fixed. Don't be mean about it. I can crush you. Like I can crush this one right here. Like a sinful grape with his skull. As he actually kind of motions his hand over. Like, what you can imagine is over his eye, doing a squishing motion over your head. Just kind of. But with him, it's like a tong. Tong.
Karik's not really flinching at all at these comments. He's more just still giving a 1,000-yard stare forward as he's holding this conversation.
Yep. As I need to do a check here for these two. And I need to do one for Kyle, actually realizing because he's technically still a bit alert. As this seemingly fine interaction goes, Kelric, as he's moving past you, almost in a moment, and actually, hang on, let me search up the music here at this point. I think this is a.
I don't hear boss music.
That is quite the tonal change.
he is immediately going to cover you, as in a sequence you barely see not one, not two, not three, not four, not even five, but 7 raven-headed daggers just kind of just machine gun against him, as these two are caught off guard and try to get in position, but this one immediately moves over as hey Kelrick.
Yep,
Hey Kelrick, guess what?
he's here.
He's probably here. Wanna know where he is?
Should I roll to see?
Do you want to make a perception check?
If I can get it for free, I'll gladly take it, but
Oh yeah, I'm allowing it.
yeah, I'll gladly take it.
Waiting for that check.
Oh, let's see. Perception. Inspiration. That's better.
All right. In which case, Kelrick, I shall now reveal this man to you. As you look forward ahead, noticing the path you were taking for a moment, you realize he was dead ahead of you. And if not for the conversation, he probably would have struck in earlier. Kyle, as he's revealed himself to be, will say, "Not safe here. Probably should get you somewhere safer."
How shall I react to that?
I'd like to make it known as well. I had to make sure I had to roll a quick thing to see if he even got it, if he even noticed you, and yeah, he did.
Probably
So
should.
hey,
Or
yeah.
we could make a scene and get enough people to try and surround him.
As you say
on.
that, you'll
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You're saying more.
I was gonna be like, come on. I bet you want to throw me.
Also, why did that stop? Oh, it's because I forgot to put on loop. Well, you are very light and pretty fragile. You could explode good if you do hit him. But I like you right now. As Kelrick, you will suddenly hear a voice in your head go, "As much as that is an idea, I don't think it's wise to get civilians involved. Moreover, Bremen and Lou are nowhere near. Whatever allies we have, we're currently scattered.
This is very tricky situation that Kilrick is in, because he, I will just say, wanted to get the attention of the other Chile. All right, what do you suggest?
that case, excuse me for a moment. As the voice in your head goes silent, before Kyle begins to go, right. I don't know. Maybe. Before going, okay. Your name Kelrick, right?
Close enough, I guess. That you got the name right, but I just don't consider it my actual name. It just works.
Then, try to be a good birdie. And fly away from here, okay? As he will now reposition himself, no longer enacting a cover for you, but now repositioning himself, as Doc will use his motion to get next to him. As Kawoki will hear in his head, we can try to hold him off for at least a little bit. Get to everyone and pass along the message. The bird has caught two.
Dark will sigh since this opportunity for him is not going to be possible. He will just agree. Let's see.
As you would
Let's
see
wait
these
for
two
him.
immediately dash away.
Okay. I'll have Kelrick dash. Hold on. No, you can't run that far. He's gonna start going this way.
Right?
That would be his dash, so
Well,
we don't have a turn order, but
no, because one of these fuckers doesn't have a complete character sheet yet. But that said,
yeah.
I will at least do some rolls. I always do a couple rolls to GM because at this point, like that's what. At this point, I just rely on just the GM thing. I am using a screen and oh no. Well, I guess to give an example of position, hey, Kelrick,
Yeah.
can you just roll an initiative for me?
Yep.
How are you just right below him? Okay. Well, in which case, going in order, we'll start with this motherfucker on the roof. As he's going to take out a tincture and down it. That will be a bonus action. And for his movement, he is going to leap here.
Yeah.
As unfortunately, he's at an angle to which he cannot throw his collection again. But he can move another 5, 10, 15. And that is the end of his turn, as he will hold his action. Kelrick.
Alright. Guess that's where I'm going right there, because 60 feet of movement. I'm guessing.
All right. Is now Kyle. As Kyle will, as a bonus action, perform a maneuver he has with Doc. And I need to, and because he's the one without the character sheet, unfortunately, I need to actually fucking see if he succeeds this. That misses, but it does get Doc up there. As instead he is going to get the, as given that this is going to be the rising arc form. Yeah, this is rising arc because it's Doc. Doc will get approximately here. As he lands, and let me double check the range. Okay, you're still within 90 feet of him. As that is Kyle's action, well, bonus action, as he's going to take the dash action to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 55, 70, and spending 10 movement to start climbing the side of this building.
They're fast.
He has 40 feet innately. Well, you see that is on the fucking Google Doc because I have to use that. Yeah. It is now Doc's turn, as he will take a free action to shout in your head, Kalric, you need to keep moving, now! Doesn't matter where, just get to your friends, or at least our friends. Somewhere, anywhere. Not here. The target is you. He's going to take an opportunity to, oh wait, no, hang on. Count that, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's going to attempt a swing. Hello, Hallery. Miss. Good thing Hallery is allowed to make a bonus. Oh, shit. Oh no.
He crit, didn't he?
No. Worse.
Crit failed.
He crit failed both. As Kelric.
Yep.
You will hear, not soon after hearing that message in your head, the clang of not just heavy metal, but what sound to be something kind of producing a screeching kind of scraping noise against it. Before, and fuck, you can't even see it. So this is the one thing I don't want to be hidden from you, but okay, okay. And he succeeded, so that's, wait. Okay, it's there. As you're just going to hear another one of those screeches, but not met with a clang. As you hear from a distance before seeing Doc's form suddenly be launched, as you see the faint wisp of necrotic mana coating him as he falls down to another level, taking the damage from both the pause and now half. It was D4 4 damage, correct?
It's D6s.
D6s. Fuck, this might
How
not
many
be.
how many feet are they falling?
50 feet.
50, so 5d6.
Yep. Okay, actually this one I'll make public.
Hey, it's not bad. They rolled
Hey.
incredibly low.
Yep. As you'll just see Doc just kind of land a bit heavily, though thankfully doesn't seem to be too injured, as you see tiles begin to just explode from the position he landed in, some falling off onto the street. As just once more he will just try and go. That'll be the end of his turn. As we now go back to Verdammt. Still under the effects of the tincture, he is not one to let a prey escape. But also, he's not one to let roadblocks try to stop him. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He would move here for 45, but realizing his target is technically 100 feet below him, and one of his roadblocks is 50 feet below him. He's going to take a bonus action to instead click his heels before moving 50 and gently descend before using a little bit left movement to try and finish off Doc. I need to roll. Oh boy. Fuck. I'm actually hoping this doesn't hit. That is a miss. That is a hit. Rolling damage. He would do the bonus. Actually, wait, no, he can't do the bonus. He already spent a bonus action. But, Kelric, if you're ever peeing back and such, you are just seeing just a flurry of what appears to be some kind of blade screeching, just striking at Doc, trying to strike at Doc. He manages to dodge, but then another one another slice just kind of swiftly falling up in a motion, getting him right in the chest. As once again you see that same wisp of necrotic mana join now with some of his blood, as he's looking rough. At Kelric, now your turn.
I do want to roll a wisdom save here.
Mm-hmm.
Eric's going to run into this alley over here.
Oh shit, he can't far that far.
And he's going to prepare. Prepare. Hold action until he gets right here.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yeah.
Alright. In which case, we
go to Kyle. And I'm sorry. Also, I'm sorry that I had to hide their tricks. I don't. I want all of them to reveal properly. I'm sorry. But that said, he's going to dash again, and he's going to climb, spending 10 feet, spending 10 motion every time. So he is going to be getting up to 40, which is not enough to at least reach where they are currently standing. And unfortunately, he has no bonus actions or movement tech for this sort of stuff, so he is going to pass turn onto Doc. As Doc is actually going to take the disengage action. He's going to move back right around here. And as a bonus action, he's going to attempt a broken man's leap, which gets him up over there for 50. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 30, 35. Actually, wait, did I miscount that? I probably miscount that. Anyway, but he's here. As he's once again trying to search for you, noticing you're in the alleyway, before once again, just as a free action, going like, "What are you doing?" Kodak, you are able to respond back while he's doing this, mind you.
I said earlier I wasn't that I would run to help. That doesn't make much. Well, I have a way to contact everyone, but but I'm going to at least stall to make sure that we survive for now.
Fine. Just don't get yourself caught like we are. As that is all he can do, as he has no real range. As we now turn back to Verdamp's turn. As Verdampt is going to attempt another hail of knives. Or I guess, well, technically a flock of knives. Let's see if flock hits. He'll do so again. Oh no. Elric.
Yeah.
The moment Doc sent that last thing to you, and because you can barely see him just on the top of the roof, as he had no other way of getting a line of sight on you, and in turn you a line of sight of him, you will see the moment he turns his head, at least his full gaze, back onto Verdampt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 raven-headed daggers suddenly fill his body as all you can hear left from him is a single Carolus as he falls. As that was his attack actions. Verdampt is now taking the opportunity to try and find you, not knowing where you've gone. As Kelrick, it's now
Yeah.
your turn.
There. See, now I have three options as to what I could do here. The issue is I don't know which one would be the most effective in this second.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it'll move right here. Go right here.
It's worth minding you are still 50 feet below him, so
50 feet. Yeah, that's actually going to make things up.
yeah.
Well, in that case, there's only one I can do.
Oh,
Let me make sure I'm actually in the right spot I was. I was right here, actually.
Issa, are you
Ye-
forgetting that stories in a building are 10 feet tall? Because that would mean these buildings are 100 feet tall.
yes, they are.
That's literally insane for a slums.
This was also an orphanage, so it's probably made out of like a really.
Now, this isn't the
Oh,
orphanage. The orphanage-
this isn't the orphanage.
Oh, it isn't. Okay, no.
Actually, no. Yeah, he will still move back here because I need to be close enough for this. And this will be the closest. Hold person.
You're going to hold person him?
Yeah.
Right.
This is the risk I am taking.
This is a. Actually, wait, no, he only has that for faith casters right now, so he doesn't get the bonus. So let's do that normal roll for him. Holy shit. Kelrick,
Yeah.
you successfully hold him.
Alright. I do have an idea for a bonus action,
Mhm.
but I'm actually not entirely sure it is a bonus action.
Mhm.
I want to use the Spark Stone to make a flare.
A flare.
Launch it straight up into the sky.
Wouldn't it just be item interaction with a free interaction?
Well, how are you using it like a flare?
I'm going to channel my magic to launch a small but bright flame directly into the sky.
You have levitate or catapult to any degree.
I do not, but I have. But Mage Hand is an action, which is kind of dumb.
It is a
Then I'm going
cantrip.
to need.
It is a cantrip, but it's an action.
Yes, because it's
I
a.
used my action.
It.
You can't throw it because.
I'm weak.
In that case, I will ask
That would
to either make a Arcana at disadvantage, your spell modifier at disadvantage, a Dex check, or a Strength check.
I can make a Dex check. And no, that's not at disadvantage.
And nope.
Inspiration. Thank God it was my birthday recently.
Yep. That'll be enough. As Kelrick, as a bonus action, you make a slight enough crack in the spark stone to at least trigger it, as with as much force as you can potentially muster. You just you wind up as fast as you potentially can before in one swift motion. As I don't technically need to roll damage because there's nothing in the air. Actually, no, you probably might hit a bird. Nah, I'm joking. But
Hit a bird.
hit a bird is like. But that said, you will see as a bright light, not something that is blinding, but something that can be noticed, is immediately just flared up into the air. As to get a general perception of the people nearby.
Would Cloak have any chance of seeing this?
Well, Cloak, you're still in the slums, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, technically close to the slums. I'm like on the border of it.
Yeah. And also, actually, wait. Another 22, and given how far that might have been. I need to roll for Hush.
Yeah, Hush was actually my main thought during this.
Yeah.
Do I need to do a roll too?
I would say you can attempt to roll, but either way, this is going to get loud really fucking quickly.
Yeah. Cause it is. I'm assuming it's still like not. It's not daytime, but it's not evening either. So it's like.
It's a bit later, but at the same time, something this bright at that point would be a bit more noticeable. So. Okay.
Well, we have. Luckily, there's others.
Okay, I forgot Linux and well. This doesn't have a sheet yet, but she's still a token, so we're looking
Tiffany.
at please don't you. Oh, Tiffany, that's right.
Yeah.
Linux sees it.
As. Holy shit.
Linux sees it. Linux, what girl?
I will state this.
Thank you, Lennox. Thank you.
Pelric, as it was starting to get dark, this sudden bit of light is taken here, like a, hey, what's the flam, flam, before immediately being heard by a few others, like not a second after. It's like flare, 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 as if this is something that they've been made aware of to do whenever a flare is shown. As immediately these slums are rapidly filled with the shouts of various able-bodied individuals. They just go like flare, flare. As
Now all of China knows you're here.
as Cloak, you were a bit of a distance away, but you faintly noticed some kind of light in the corner of your eye, only to not long after hear the sudden cries of many of the slumites to go flare, flare. And if you were to look up, and you as well, Kelric, since you're still looking at the flare that you just launched, you just see in response several actual flares go into the sky. You don't know what these are, but as far as you're aware, those are guards' signals.
I think even the mansion is seeing this at this point.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. As I guess we return back over there. Fucking hell.
Of course, you're staying in.
Guys.
Oh, fuck.
As Taurus,
you were able to get some level of rest. Kuyo, you were sitting there as well. Dad was not much motion. As this maid had begun cleaning over here, she will look outside the window and peek out before just saying very out loud for all of you to hear, just like, are those flares at the slums? I should inform the Lord.
Hmm.
You don't think?
Knowing them, probably. Well, things were getting a bit boring over here. Let's Kuya will get up. Think I'll go for a walk. He'll pat Bodoris on the head.
Yep.
You let the others know I've head out.
Go make sure they don't die. Okay.
Mr. Dion, I will ask you, have we gotten any kind of rest since being here?
I'll say you've had the given the fact that you've been here for a decent bit, you definitely could have gotten a short rest. I'd say this
Okay,
counts as a
cool.
short. Yeah, this counts as a short rest.
I'm gonna spend some hit die then.
All right.
Probably all of them.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
You might need them. As holy shit. Okay. Reese.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Hold
You
on one moment.
This encounter early. Fuck, man.
2, 3.
Man,
I wanted to talk to this guy.
Man, that letter, it's never gonna get opened at this rate. Though at the same time, considering
Yep.
this is probably further in time, they probably had a chance to read it by now.
Yep. As I will say, at this
Damn,
point.
I'm off by 1. But that's fine.
Oh god. Oh god. After. Okay, given the fact this would have been 3 hours after and such. As Syra and Talel were finishing up whatever investigation they were doing, with Anna alongside them, as Leonard and Cilia, with unknowingly a Sophrina on your shoulder at this point, Cilia, as well, just kind of snoozing a bit. All of you would see and partially hear the distant sounds of flares and bright lights start to line the sky as Sophrina will suddenly go like,
Ha ha ha. Bright lights? Bright lights. Those are bright lights. Oh, those are smoky black bright lights. Wait, isn't that the thing? What was the thing again?
Remind me, Miss DM, what is the thing?
those are guard flares. More accurately, the fact that you are hearing the faint sounds of the slum people going flare. Something that has just happened again, so soon after an immediate tragedy. This is getting full response. This is the point where even Royal Guard may potentially show up to deal with the matter. And Syra would also know of this as well, given she has resided in Monarch for a time.
That was a good thing.
Yeah, that's technically a good thing.
For war.
It's a It's the flares of war. But yes. But yeah.
The war.
But yeah.
The war.
Afraid.
But yeah. As Leonard would just kind of say as they're standing next to you, looking out the window, Celia just like. Suppose that's actually part of my duties at this point. Oh dear.
I'd like just one afternoon. Is that so much to ask for? Just one? I think. Like. Let me go make sure which
Care for me to assist you in the matter? Alright. Which case, let me just reveal you two. Or let me just fucking grab you two and put you in a fucking more proper position.
Man. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have flashback scenes now because of the two things that basically
Yeah.
skimmed over that they even get happen.
Alright.
Which is really gonna break some continuity because it's like if the two investigating found anything,
We'll say
Yeah.
Mom is probably gone by now.
Okay. So in that case,
if you gave Thomas a response, then yeah.
but yeah. As Leonard would still be at your side. Sabrina just like oh boy.
Just on a fucking warpath.
Oh boy.
She is going to just start making her way towards Vittorius.
Is a Kuyo-shaped lack of absence, lack of presence in the room.
Which I forgot to move dead again. You know, he would have been with Kuyo.
Vittorius.
My lady.
I know you don't want to sit this one out. But I would hate for you to get more injured because of this. At the end of the day, it will be your decision, but I urge you to think about this.
In your heart of hearts, what do you wish me to do?
To be by my side. A selfish notion, but there's
Then I will not leave it.
Are awake?
Yes, Star is away.
I mean, he responded earlier. Sorry, you're bad to stay, by the way.
I'm still here, dog.
You're still.
Okay. I'm still alive.
You're
Am I
there.
going right? If I remember correctly.
Oh boy, me.
Yep, this
I'm
will be
still
post-investigation,
alive.
so I guess we're doing flashback scenes. As Anna would have been trying to lead you back down the stairs, like, the base floor?
Rock
You
up,
seem to get confused a lot.
Thank you. Less time for talk. Time for action.
Okay. You seem to get confused a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Confusedly says thank you.
Before she walks away, she says it's not a compliment.
Uh-oh.
Try to work on it. I'm gonna talk to your manager.
Yes. Lord and Lady Dursk, I believe flares have been shot out. Are we permitted to proceed?
Leonard would look to you, Cilia, and go,
Well, sister, I believe as a court mage, I must heed all parties responsible and active as well. So I ask you, what's your opinion on the matter?
What are we waiting for?
Suppose that's all we need to hear.
I'm so fucking sorry, but in my head I thought by the order of the church. I authorize you.
By the order of the guild, I authorize this combat.
I authorize you, Todd.
I will dash.
Kuyo said,
Do you not have
on my own
exhaustion?
authority.
I do
That's
have
why he's
exhaustion. That's why I'm dashing.
as those two were beginning to move
He's so
away,
glad
Syra,
you're interested right now.
Syra, as those two were beginning to dash away, Leonard would have just looked towards you and gone,
By the authority of as court mage of King Leonidas and court magistrate, I formally request the aid of the church.
If I'm gonna be very honest, I really don't like all that formal stuff. You could just ask him.
Shit, I guess.
Got to have a bit of flair. After all, this is the first time I've gotten to.
I think I've had enough flair for a while.
Let me at least be a little bit cool in front of my younger sister, at least.
Oh, god damn it.
no, he's saying that in a kind of like manner of just like a, I tried.
I'm sorry. That man fucking preached, and I was like, I don't like him. I think I'm good. I think I don't want to hear any more preaching in my entire life.
Man, if it wasn't for your station and stuff, I just imagine the Will Smith keep my God's name out of your mouth, the father.
I think you were the only person that could get away with that.
Yeah.
Somebody else will get there.
Just declare him an apostate.
I say, church, I don't like him. Take away his dukeship.
Yeah. And as we're about to close off on this cliffhanger moment, let's turn
Oh.
to somewhere else. Somewhere closer to where Kelric is positioned. Not as far as Cloak, but somewhere in between.
Oh, hey!
And you're positive your
Auntie.
master's gonna agree to this? Potentially. Though I can't say what he plans to do at the end of the day. After all, I'm the one under contract, and you are someone who can help me break out of that. Well, if it gets you under hands that can at least treat you more properly, I don't see a reason why we can't get some level of things going. Though as things stand, I think we might have a bit of a bargain going. Getting help from Infernal would be nice in the field, at least for a spell. Glad you see it that way. Now, if you don't mind, I think as the moment she says that,
a immediate pounce comes over and goes, Dad, what is it, Lou? The milk. Fire? Flares. Where's Doc?
I don't feel him.
Where are they?
Nearby, I think.
Try to focus a bit more. Do you feel it nearby?
Two. One familiar.
And the other one?
Not familiar. Familiar one is focusing. Holding them, I think.
Well, that's all I need to hear. Now, what was it? Miss Dre? Hallie Dre? Care to help me out with a little task of mine? I'm not behind schedule. That's all I need to hear. Lou, get your things. We're going out. And Miss, I hope this proves to be fortunate for the both of us.
Not even signed, and he's already trying to get me working. I'm going to loathe this sponge.
As that was where we're going to end session for tonight.
Freeze.
Hey, I just wanted to talk. Blame the other Sheila.
I will also blame Kellen's
Lee.
extremely tunnel vision mind right now.
Tunnel vision.
I will state this. On one hand, this probably could have ended up horribly, but I forgot for a second you actually had a spark stone.
Yeah, I planned on
He
using
got
when
it
we were in the
from
dungeon, but
the yeah. There you go.
I got it from
Yeah.
The first location. Well, I think it was one of the,
That's
like
Comedies.
third session. I know, I was
Yeah.
in the third session.
It was
Second
from the
session.
Sunflower Night.
No, that's not what I used. When it was the that you're thinking of the Angel Wing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no fucking. Oh. Well, due to a major event being sparked sooner rather than later, but in turn now going to be met with the appropriate force in mind, and now the people hunting, the party investigating, and now a potential ally to be made during all of this fiasco. Reese?
Yeah.
You set off a hell of a chain of events, brother.
Yeah.
I am shocked, but also a bit proud. Get a free inspiration for next session.
Yeah. Yeah. If I do recap next session, then I'm not doing recap. I tuned out a lot during the mansion thing.
Oh,
You tuned out
God.
a lot during this.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
They don't have another birthday by then. No.
I was expecting you to get the fuck out of there and then fucking quickly and then just kind of start off with a bit of the investigation before ending session. No, brother, you just fuck.
We literally just had a conversation about how he would rush in to help.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What is with you motherfuckers and having a savior complex, bro?
Hey, it was always going to be the fact that Korik had a savior complex. It's also the fact that he has a everything I save dies complex, though.
literally. Oh god.
That's called a trauma.
I just- I
Yes.
destroy everything I touch. I just want to save one
He
thing.
wants that?
No.
Oh god.
There's
I almost want to do something soon now, but no, I gotta hold off. Fucking. Oh. Oh.
Not gonna lie, I thought Choker's was being a really big idiot until he did the flare thing.
Yeah.
I've had that flare in my back pocket for the longest time.
But what I mean by tunnel vision, Reese, is that your character's being very focused on this one single thing he wants to do. Damned anything else that's going on.
Well, he wants to talk to him,
General
but then,
Ironwood is
but
that
then
you?
there's people who are dying right now, so he's...
Let me go and end this stream. I'll see you.
Let us...
Have a good
Yeah.
one, everyone. Thank you all for coming
Everyone
out.
had a good time. Hope everyone continues to have a good time. Please take care.